Right, good evening, everybody. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Thank you for attending this meeting of the Planning Committee on Thursday, the 9th of February 2023. Need to turn the volume up then. All right. Try again. Good evening, everyone. Could you hear me now? No? Me up the volume. Yeah. Right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for
Good evening, Chair. I think you might be able to hear me. Yeah.
On Thursday, the 9th of February 2023. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Councillor Mal Donoghue and I will be chairing the meeting in the absence of Councillor Caleb Tomlinson. I'm sorry about this, we seem to have some technical issues. Can you hear me? Right. Right. Okay, I'll start again. Good evening. Thank you for attending this meeting of the Planning Committee on Thursday, the 9th of February 2023. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Councillor Mal Donoghue and I will be chairing this meeting in the absence of Councillor Caleb Tomlinson. Committee members and members of the public are reminded that this meeting is being recorded and streamed live to YouTube. If you're attending the meeting because you are a member of the public who is registered to speak, please note that you have a time limit of 4 minutes. You'll be timed and I will confirm when your 4 minutes run out. You should then finish, or if in the middle of making a point, wind up within a few seconds and finish speaking. Please come forward to the microphone, or if you're dialing in via Teams, unmute your microphone when I invite you to speak. Voting will be undertaken by electronic system. The outcome of the vote will be then confirmed by our legal officer Taz once complete. We'll begin with some housekeeping. Please can you ensure that mobile phones or other devices are turned off or switched on to silent mode. I'll begin with we are not anticipating a fire alarm drill, but if the alarm goes off, you should leave via the fire exit in the wheel room and wait on the car park to the rear of the building. I can now ask everyone to introduce themselves. We will start with Taz to my left and go round one by one.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Tasneem Safdar. I'm the Legal Services Team Leader.
And Story Democratic Services Officer.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Caroline Moon and I represent the ward of Buckshorn Worden.
Good evening, Claire Hunter, Bamber Bridge East.
Gareth Watson, Countgreen Gregson Lane.
Councillor Colin Sharples, Earnshaw Bridge. I am deputising for Councillor Chris Lomax.
Good evening, Councillor Phil Smith, New Longton and Hutton East.
Good evening, Councillor Harry Hancock, Broad Oak Ward, Penwitham.
Councillor Peter Molyneux, Sandbury and Walton Ward, deputising for Councillor Yates.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Will Adams. I represent Middlefirth in Penwitham.
Good evening all, I'm John Hesketh. I represent Longton and Hutton West.
Good evening, Councillor Cathans with St Ambrose. I'm substituting for Caleb Tomlinson.
Good evening, I'm Councillor Mary Green, Councillor for Moss Side and Midge Hall.
Good evening, Councillor James Flannery represents Middlefirth and Penwitham.
Good evening, Debbie Roberts, Development Management Team Leader.
Good evening, Janice Crook, Planning Officer.
Good evening, Chris Sowerby, Planning Officer.
Interim Director of Planning and Development.
Right, thank you, everybody. Now, can we confirm apologies for absence, please?
Yes, Chair. So we've got Councillor Caleb Tomlinson, who's been substituted by Councillor Kath Unsworth, Councillor Chris Lomax, who's substituted by Colin Sharples, and Councillor Barry Yates, who's substituted by Councillor Peter Mulliner. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Declarations of interest. Now, I've got one on item 7, for which I'll be leaving the room. Councillor Hesketh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether I should declare a non-prejudicial interest, but at one time I did actually have land that belonged to the college. I don't have any more, and I certainly don't know the applicant who is applying this evening. So I don't think it really applies.
Right, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Through you, Chair, I don't think that's obviously relevant here, so Councillor Hesketh can obviously remain in the meeting.
Thank you for that, Chaz. Right, now we come to the minutes of the last meeting. Now, I have the minutes in front of me. Do we have a seconder, please?
Sorry, Chair, can I just declare an interest
Oh,
on
sorry.
item 7? I know the applicant, and for my own benefit, I am going to leave. I feel better to just leave the meeting.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Moon. Right,
I'll second the minutes. Well,
yeah, your second.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Your proposal.
Yeah, you're proposing. Okay, thank you. Yeah, all those in favour of the minutes? Yeah,
I need to abstain because I wasn't here.
right. Yeah, okay, so sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't have my hand up to agree with the minutes. I have my hand up for a different reason, and it's on page 69, which is the appeals. And although it's not critical to this one, the first appeal, of which we found not in favour of the council. I did point out at that meeting, I think it's important to say that, you know, we as a council, we feel we made the right decision, and we agreed to disagree with the planning inspector, Chair. I just make the point, you don't need to minute it if we don't want to, but I make the point that that's what was said. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
So all those in favour of approval of those minutes, can we just have a raise of hands again, please? Thank you. So those minutes are approved.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, appeal decisions. Do we have any appeal decisions?
There's no appeal decisions to report of, Chair.
Right. Right. Okay, so we come to the first item, which is item 6, and it's Gables Farm, Liddell Lane, Hutton, and the officer in charge, who's Debbie Roberts, please. Could you introduce it?
Sorry, Chair, I'm just on a few technical difficulties. Ben, is he around? Sorry about that, everybody. First item refers to Gables Farm on Lindle Lane in Hutton, a former 40-horse livery yard used by Meisker College. The area is semi-rural but well-trafficked, and the closest residential are Gables Farm, which is adjacent. That's accessed into the site and reportedly would be the applicant's resident if permission's granted, but there is a tree buffer. Properties in the west are about 70 metres away, and properties in the east are about 90 metres away. South is open land. The complex comprises several large buildings, a horse walker and a walled silage clamp with hard standing around, and access is from the western side on Lindle Lane. Buildings are fairly dilapidated. They're constructed in a simple agricultural style, and the former silage clamp courtyard at the rear of the buildings, which is here, is walled on three sides. It has a slightly raised bun, very slight, and it's screened by the main building and by deep woodland from the road at the back. It's not visible from the road up front or from outside the site. Okay, it's quite a long proposal. So the proposal itself is for change of use of the livery yard to a dog training facility. There is a permission from 2005 for the livery yard, which restricts it to livery use. Otherwise, this planning permission wouldn't be needed. The application also includes the erection of 6 floodlights around the walled rear courtyard here on 5-metre poles, and they'll face into the courtyard itself, and works to generally improve the internal space and make it safe. Otherwise, no external physical change, and there will be 3 employees. In terms of hours, the requested hours of operation, officers thought were extensive and weren't acceptable. But in order to allow a viable business, we've discussed with the noise consultants and with our environmental health team, and we suggest opening hours of 8 in the morning till 9 for visitors and dogs, 9:30 for staff, Monday to Friday, 9 in the morning till 6 for visitors, 6:30 for staff on Saturdays, and 10 till 5 on Sundays and bank holidays. In addition, there are proposed dog training events, which will be restricted to 12 weekends per calendar year, maximum 2 a month, for a temporary period of 18 months if members agree. The applicant will then decide whether to take that further and apply to vary that condition at the later point. Excuse me. Overall, the hours are much reduced. They do give more control to members, and in the long term, we can revoke that temporary permission if we see fit. The site layout, there are 3 indoor arenas to be created in the largest building, which is this one. It will be split internally. Surrounding smaller buildings will be kept for storage. There will be no kennelling or overnight facilities, and the number of conditions are on your report to control the use of the site. All dogs will be kept on a lead unless they're in enclosed areas and accompanied at all times, and that again is secured by condition. Proposed classes, there are proposed a maximum of 3 classes at one time with 6 people per hour-long class. Each class has a different instructor. Same instructor works in the same arena throughout the day. So that's a maximum of 18 dog handler pairs at any one time. The applicant says there's an average of 15, and it could be lower than that. They could use the site less, but it equates on that average to 120 dog pairs a day. The surrounding fields within the red edge, and the application only refers to the red edge, also would be used during daylight hours for warm up and cool down of dogs before and after classes. But when the daylight is low, this rear courtyard with floodlights has been proposed for use up to 10 o'clock. Again, officers consider that excessive, but that will be dealt with the conditions that I've mentioned earlier, and with a separate one which requires a timer for any floodlit use. For clarity, just the fields shown in the red edge on the plan will be used as part of this scheme. The blue just denotes the land ownership of the college itself. As part of the proposal, they're also proposing venue hire to approve professional trainers, single people, small groups during the week. Wild Pose, which is the applicant, would also host the events, and that's what the temporary permission is for. There is some suggestion that the venue hire and event element of the proposal are late additions and haven't been consulted on, but I can confirm they've been in the applicant's statement since August 2022 and they have been online for that entire time. I checked that myself today and I've read through the report and it's very clear what is needed. But as I say, the events will be subject to a temporary permission if approved. Drainage will be as existing. There are no plans for additional toilets, showers or any other drainage work. So consultation with drainage authorities wasn't necessary. The application form is incorrect. It says the site has main drainage when actually it's on a septic tank. But this just doesn't affect the recommendation in any way. An animal effluent will be dealt with by a pre-commencement condition to be taken off site. Just some photographs of the site. This is the site on the other side of the hedge. And this is Gables Farm. Some of these photographs are older because it's quite difficult to take photographs on the main road. There's a lot of traffic. No, I beg your pardon. There was a lot of traffic when I attended the site and it was difficult to run backwards and forwards trying to take photographs. That's the point I'm trying to make. Gables Farm is on the right of this hedge, the Gables Farm dwelling. This is the site from the main road. And this is the site entrance from the opposite end. Gables Farm dwelling is around here. Okay, this shows the main access from Lindell Lane here. And the main building, that's the main arena, the one that will be subdivided. Circulation, parking space throughout. And these outbuildings will be used for storage. The top photograph is the main building, so the arenas will be in here, and the centre building is just an ancillary building, again, as I said, used for storage and ancillary. None of the classes would take place in this building. The bottom is the same central photograph, looking towards Lindell Lane. Gables Farm is behind in the corner, adjacent to Lindell Lane. Photograph of the former silage clamp. This is behind the main arena, so it's not visible from the road at all. John Horrocks Way is behind the trees here. 6 floodlights are proposed for around this section, and they would face inwards. There are conditions to prevent lighting emission facing outwards because of bats and ecology, so that's covered as well. And there will be a timer restricting lights to 10 minutes after last use. It's a well-screened site, as you can see. Okay, Gables Farm itself, the dwelling, the site is here behind me where I'm taking the photograph, and the access is here in this corner. In terms of consultation, we sent out 12 letters and on 2 occasions, and we put 1 site notice up. In total, we've had 466 replies, 12 more than are reported on your report. We've had 12 in the last week. Responses come from all over the UK and Ireland, and not all of these people are going to be affected in the same way. And these are responses in objection and in support. So I've done a general tally in terms of central Lancashire, so South Ribble, Preston and Leyland, as a reasonable baseline for customers and a reasonable baseline to indicate who might be affected by this scheme. In total, we've got 226 people objecting. That's 3% beyond the reasonable baseline of Preston, South Ribble and Chorley. And we've got 238 in support. That's 62% who live beyond that reasonable boundary. So there's clearly canvassing on both sides. There are 4 main areas of concern for this scheme for residents: highways, light disturbance, ecology and noise. And I'll go through each one. I'm sorry the presentation is very long, there's a lot to say. In terms of highways, it's undeniable there will be a traffic increase, but when it's assessed against its existing lawful use, which could return at any time without further permission, Lancashire County Council have to decide whether that increase causes severe harm. And the severity test, which is set by national policy, only allows refusal on highways grounds where that harm is severe. Lancashire County Council do not think that the increase from the lawful use is severe. Ecology, the council's ecology assessed the applicant's report by a reputable ecologist, to be fair, and found it sound. Objectors supplied their own report, which was passed to a second independent ecologist, and again, the original report was found sound. The rebuttal from the objector's ecologist followed, and the ecologist felt that the third lot of comments were unfounded. And that's on the update sheet in front of you. Overall, we've tested this, and in ecology terms, subject to relevant conditions, we feel it's policy compliant. Noise and light. The noise report was supplied at the request of environmental health officers. Having regard to topography, proximity to neighbours, and the site use itself, it was considered acceptable to environmental health. Objectors contacted the environmental health officer on a number of occasions, and having regard to the number of complaints about noise, the report was reassessed by a senior environmental health officer. He had some concerns, but I think some of that was down to misinterpretation and the way the report was written. But he has met with the applicant's noise assessor, and they've come to an agreement on what is acceptable and what is not acceptable in terms of noise conditions. It's a lot less than the applicant wants, and it brings it more in line with other schemes of this nature. In addition, we have the temporary event noise condition, which gives us more control. So the conditions we have on the scheme at the moment are more stringent than the ones that we originally suggested. Subject to these conditions, there is no objection on noise grounds. Noise is going to be audible, but not at a level that in environmental health's opinion warrants refusal. They've also assessed lighting, which will be screened to the rear of the property and by mature trees and would be controlled by the timer condition. And they're comfortable that it wouldn't impact on residential amenity to the level, again, where it warrants refusal. It's really clear there's a lot of objection, a lot of support, but the decision needs to be made on planning merits, the evidence provided to us, and the response from the professional consultees. Putting all the personal feelings aside, one side or the other, there is no data or evidence reason why this scheme shouldn't comply with council policy. Where it doesn't comply with council policy, I beg your pardon, and where it can be governed by condition. And on balance, we would recommend approval with conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Debbie. Now, we have 5 objectors and 5 supporters. So I'm going to ask for the first objector, which is Jennifer Rowley, please. And I will remind you that you've got 4 minutes.
I'm Jennifer. I live in the former police houses on Lindell Lane, off Lindell Lane. The application states that this property is on main sewerage. It is actually on an old septic tank. With increased use, consultation and checks on compliance and new rules are necessary. The planning statement submitted in this application is ambiguous. Documents should be clear and set out all intended use. Condition 4 of the latest officer's report was not included in the officer's report for the planned December committee. We asked for clarification as to the scope of these 12 event weekends per year. Recommended conditions 3 and 4 seem to contradict condition 12 of no outside area shall be used for dog training purposes. Site plans don't indicate which areas will be used for canine toilet purposes or warm up and cool down. Due to the proximity of residents, noise created in some areas would have a bigger impact on the residential amenity. No testing of these areas regarding noise has been conducted. The Senior Environmental Health Officer for the Council requested 5 conditions be included in the email dated the 1st of December. No outside area should be utilised for training of dogs, insulating the building, reduced hours, no operation on bank holidays, no live or amplified music in any area, and no dogs allowed in other buildings. The email also stated he had grave concerns as to the impact on residential amenity. The noise report, I draw your attention to the final line of point 7. This report, it says, planners are likely to require a detailed management plan to ensure that the assumptions about the handler and dog behaviour can be achieved. Assumptions offer no evidential value. If barking and shouting can be heard in the area, it will affect residential amenity, regardless of the decibels caused. The base noise test done in 2020 was used for an application for another dog agility site in Leyland. The noise reports are very similar, but that approved condition with conditions goes much further, safeguarding the local amenity. Maximum number of dogs was given, electric charging points, keeping doors and windows closed. The Gables has a large open void on one side, but now with no noise mitigations being recommended. This change of use would permit any type of dog training in the future. Some are obviously noisier than others. Clarity in the time conditions is requested to cover early arrival and late departure. Use permitted for 365 days per year, giving no respite to residents. We request clarity on condition 13, acoustic fencing, as to the scope of the term boundary of the site. Security fencing is needed to safeguard accidental escape on the road or surrounding fields containing livestock, consistent with other dog-related applications. If no outside area is to be used for training, floodlighting could be replaced with lower level lighting as already in place, thus negating any impact on wildlife. We respectfully request that sufficient conditions are included to safeguard the negative impact on our amenity by this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, Jennifer. Right, could we have Alejandro Martinez? I'll remind you, you've got 4 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm reading this on behalf of John Birch, who unfortunately can't be with us. I live 220 metres from this proposed facility and I will be addressing traffic and parking. The LCC database for accidents is factually incorrect. In the last 5 years, I have witnessed 6 car crashes where police have attended. In January 2023, a serious accident resulted in Lindell Lane and the A59 being closed. 2 elderly people remain in hospital. 4 years ago, my neighbour, a 14-year-old son, was hit by a car on Lindell Lane. He sustained life-changing brain injury. He has a reading age of a 5-year-old and is still receiving treatment. If the LCC highways database was accurate, objections would have been most likely been raised by them. Traffic on Lindell Lane has increased as a result of John Horrocks Way being opened, as the road is being used as a rat run. The noticeable increase of traffic in weekdays between 7:30 and 9:30 a.m. when school and commuter traffic is combined, and then again between 3:30 and 6:30 p.m. outside these times, the traffic is currently tolerable and the lane is quiet. This facility will reduce the times when residents get a break from the current peak traffic. The planning officer reports states that 120 cars based on 15 partners over 8 sessions. This adds 240 single journeys to the lane a day. That's over 80,000 journeys a year. If the facility was to be booked to its maximum, this could increase to over 170,000 single journeys per year. The lane has no pavement, is extremely dangerous, on a steep bend, and during peak times, it's hard to walk, cycle or run. The proposed opening times of this facility will increase the risk of residents during these quiet periods and could put many people off enjoying these activities at all. The site currently has an access via a single entrance and exit. Previously, the 20 or so customers of the Gables opened and closed the gate at staggering times. The increase of volume of customers during a single entrance to both arrive and leave, that's 40 plus cars at changeover times, will result in cars queuing on the lane in both directions. The fence around the site is dilapidated and is totally insecure. This presents a risk of dogs escaping into the road. A dog escaped from the Lostock Hall field over a 6-foot high fence, and in fact, a dog has recently escaped from the applicant's class. There will be very few parking spaces at the site. Lindell Lane offers no safe alternative parking. If attendees park on the lane, the risk of accidents will no doubt increase. The suitable conditions need to be made for appropriate parking, prevent queuing traffic on the lane, prevent the escape of dogs onto the road. These can be considered as essential as conditions for approval. Anything out of or the events facility likely to significantly increase traffic, parking nuisance, risks and impact on residents. We ask that hiring out for these events is not permitted. As for me, I live 463 yards from the Gables. I would like to address the council on the issue of traffic also. I was a motorway and traffic police officer, family liaison officer, and I was recently medically retired in 2017. I've seen effects of collisions, including many fatal collisions over the 16 years in my role. I witnessed many near misses on Lindell Lane, and I strongly believe, if granted, this application would cause a significant increase to road danger, especially for pedestrians, including school children, cyclists, horse riders, and dog walkers. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. Now we come to Donna Pardon Gallagher. I'll just remind you, you have 4 minutes.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. I'm a resident of South Ribble and live 80 metres from the site. I am here tonight to talk about the detrimental impact this proposal will have on the day-to-day lives of local people. It is our belief that our lives will be impacted significantly to the detriment for the benefit of dog agility enthusiasts, the majority of whom have no connection to the area. From the outset, it has been difficult to keep up with the details of the proposal. This is neither fair nor reasonable. As late as yesterday, documents were being added, removed, replaced and added back again, and questions that we have submitted have still not been responded to. Specifically, I would like to draw the committee's attention to the following points. The proposal is 7 days a week, including bank holidays, until 9:30 during the week and early evenings at the weekends. As this is an all year round proposal, there will be no respite even at bank holidays, and our overall health and well-being will be affected. We strongly believe that the proposed hours are unreasonable. The proposal has been updated to include up to 12 events a year. This is further intrusion and disruption to our lives. There is little or no information provided in the officer's report as to what this entails. Reference has been made to the police dogs and that this sets a precedent. It is clear from the objections that the police dogs are an issue. This means that contrary to what the noise report says, there is existing evidence that the noise from barking dogs is already impacting negatively on local residents. This cannot be ignored. Adding more dogs will simply intensify an existing problem, and just because we have barking dogs now does not create a rationale for having more. Is it reasonable that the only time residents will be able to enjoy a dog barking free zone will be when most residents are going to bed? Lindell Lane is used as a rat run and cars regularly speed. This is a dangerous road and the risk to the many users is already high. With school children amongst the many cyclists, pedestrians and dog walkers that use this road, there is a duty of care that we owe to them. We believe this contravenes local plan policy G17. The increased car usage, the lack of adequate car parking on the site, the lack of secure fencing, street lighting on Lindell Lane could result in dogs running onto the road. We already know from other dog venues in South Ribble that dogs do escape, so this is not an unrealistic assumption or assertion to make. We have also had examples of serious car incidents and one involving a child who has been left with severe brain damage. None of this has been reflected in the report. As residents, we are not being unreasonable. We are asking for fairness and transparency. We know that the applicant had previous sites approved in South Ribble, but that these have not been enacted. The conditions for a previously approved site at Centurion Way, which is a commercial, non-residential area and therefore not impacted in the same way, had more stringent conditions imposed around noise and parking. As these policies apply equally across the borough, surely they must have to be applied equally and consistently. There are simply too many outstanding issues that have not been thought through, and I ask the committee to defer any decision pending further investigations into these. Many thanks for listening to me.
Thank you for that presentation. Do we have a Joel Giblin? Just a reminder again, you've got 4 minutes.
I would like to address you on noise pollution, loss of amenity to hundreds of homes and gardens. Dog barking facts. The noise can travel 1 to 2 miles. One dog barks at about 80 to 90 decibels. Some big dogs over 100 decibels. A jackhammer, by comparison, operates at 90 decibels. It is one of the most irritating and complained about types of noise. Excited agility dogs are notoriously noisy. Dogs will bark to compete with other barking dogs. Dogs in kennels can be heard clearly outside those buildings. You cannot immediately stop a dog from barking. By then, much disturbance has already been inflicted. Residents' dogs will bark in response to noise from outside, creating internal as well as external noise pollution. As far as the application goes, you've already heard some of this, but the Gables barn is perforated. It's open at the top. It's not soundproofed. The applicant wants to have 18 dogs on site at once, double at changeover, up to 13.5 hours a day, ending at 9:30 p.m, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. Dogs will bark in the barn, on the car park, in outside cooling off areas, and waiting in cars. It will be like noise coming from kennels. Dogs outside are not included in the noise test, a mistake affecting the findings. Why can I hear police dogs 1 kilometre away from where I live, but the report says we will not hear, negligibly, 39 agility dogs 50 yards away from Gables Farm? It doesn't make sense. If noise is negligible there, why are acoustic fences needed at the farm? Something is wrong. Is it because industry standards say that they cannot be applied to dog barking, as it does? Look up the standards. And it's probably due to the impulsive, intrusive nature of dog barking. The noise pollution in a 1 kilometre zone affecting New Longton and Hutton, Penwortham, will be intolerable to residents, but totally insufferable to those nearby. Residents worry they will not be able to enjoy their gardens, essential for good mental health. Sporadic police dog noise does not set a precedent to inflict more nuisance upon residents for 13.5 hours a day. Also, on traffic, we need a footpath at least opposite the Gables to avoid hourly pulses of traffic. Lindell Lane desperately needs a footpath anyway, all the way down it. In the immediate local area, we've got lots of elderly people, mentally ill, disabled people, families with young children. There are lots of shift working NHS and police officers who live in Hutton and New Longton. There are 2 primary schools and 2 nurseries nearby, obviously affecting concentration and naps of nursery-aged children. Many people now work from home, a key amenity, failing which some will be forced to move. Dog activity venues are often in remote locations or on industrial estates in purposely designed buildings, as the applicant's previous planning application in Leyland, or at shared sites. Residents near to the Leyland Chorley site.
Excuse me, John, could you start winding up, please?
Thank you very much. There is no comparator site against which to judge this application. There will be a significant and chronic intrusion into the privacy and enjoyment of residents' lives and a loss of amenity to us within our homes and gardens.
Right, thank you for that. Have we got a John Birch?
Hi, so Alex has already spoken my speech because I wasn't sure I was going to be here, so I've just travelled back 26 hours. But I will summarise some of the things that my neighbours have said today. It's clear that you can hear that, you know, there has been some stress and, you know, mental anguish caused by this application already, by the details that we've had. We as residents, we just feel the conditions don't go far enough on this. We feel that something more needs to be done about the noise. The assessment that was done on noise, we're not confident that it really reflects what it's going to be. We did raise some issues about, you know, the site being on a septic tank after the applicant had put down that it was main sewerage. That is a serious issue because the increased traffic of people, that system is not going to be able to cope with it. It's 40 years old. It's probably not legal. So we do feel that that needs to be considered by the planning committee. The road itself, we've mentioned the increased traffic. You know, we've said at the times when we actually get to enjoy our road, because outside of the peak times, we can still go out on our bikes and we don't have to fear that there's 20 cars going to come flying past us. Feel that the operating times that's been proposed would mean this would disappear. You know, going up to 9 o'clock during the weekdays and then at weekends would lose that time totally. You know, it just feels that we need some more conditions on this to make it more, you know, manageable for ourselves. And we feel that so far what's been presented doesn't really do that. I don't think I've really got anything more to say, but, you know, you can hear from us residents that this is really affecting us already, and we want to prevent it with what you can do today with conditions. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. Now then, we come to supporters. Can I just bring Debbie in again, please, to clear up some points?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a clarity on a couple of points. Jennifer mentioned that condition 12 contradicts conditions 3 and 4. 3 and 4 refer to time for training inside the building. Condition 12 doesn't allow outside use of training of dogs. So training won't occur outside. It's just used for cooling off and warming up of dogs. The management plan that is recommended by the noise assessment, I did take that into account. Management plans are usually watered down versions of conditions, and I thought that the conditions we put on are easier to enforce and easier to control the site, rather than management plans tend to be a bit more wishy-washy. So I haven't put a condition on for a management plan, but I have separated it into individual conditions, and members are free to add more if they feel the need to. The assumptions of the noise report, it's a reasonable expectation that there will be assumptions made during the noise report. It's not reasonable to expect the applicant to set up the site as it would be, with noise mitigation in buildings, with dogs, with traffic, with people on site, just to perform a noise assessment. So industry standard assumptions are made on a lot of these things, and it's standard practice. That's the way it works. There is one thing, the acoustic fence condition 13. I read it one way, but I can see how it comes across. The acoustic fence is supposed to be between Gables Farm dwelling and the site, not all around the site. So with members' agreement, I would suggest changing it from boundary of the site and Gables Farm dwelling to boundary between the site and Gables Farm dwelling, just for clarity, if that's acceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for that, Debbie. Now then, we come to supporters of the scheme. Have we got a Fiona Gavin? I'll just remind you, you've got 4 minutes.
Dr. Fiona Gavin. I am an Associate Professor of Occupational Psychology at the University of Nottingham. And when Nicola from Wild Paws approached me in relation to setting up a dog training centre, I had absolutely no hesitation in agreeing to speak on the many wellbeing benefits that this may bring. So I'm based in the University Medical School, and my work has specific focus on the concept of wellbeing. My professional area of expertise is in diversity and inclusion. So here in central Lancashire, a recent council report has stated that there are various public health challenges that are common to all 3 districts. And those include, firstly, an increasing incidence of mental health disorders. Secondly, increasing numbers of people with obesity-related illnesses. And thirdly, a high proportion of over 65s who are in poor health. So, starting first with mental health. There has been a vast amount of research into the factors that can boost mental functioning, including studies into the impact of pet ownership. Now, here's the interesting thing. If we dig a little deeper into the research, what you'll find is that the key factor here isn't actually pet ownership per se, but in fact, the activities associated with pet ownership that bring positive psychological change. So the main well-being benefits of owning a dog, for example, come when the owner engages in activities that promote exercise, promote interaction, social interaction, and that provide a sense of purpose. Studies have shown that engagement in these types of activities is associated with reduced incidence of depression, reduced loneliness, and an increase in life satisfaction and self-esteem. And of course, dog training provides exactly these type of opportunities. So in terms of physical health, inevitably, this too is boosted by the exercise involved in training a dog. It is well known that even moderate exercise reduces the risks of many diseases, whilst also increasing mobility, increasing fitness, and helping to combat weight gain. So just think back to those health challenges in central Lancashire that the council had previously identified and how this might relate to combating those. And what makes dog training particularly useful here is that the different types of training can offer different levels of physical activity, all tailored to the individual capacities of the handler. So let's consider the matter of inclusivity. Anyone can take part in dog training, literally anybody, so long as you have access to a dog, of course. And this must make dog training one of the most inclusive activities available. It's very common to find that dog training classes consist of individuals of all genders, of all ages, literally from around 5 or 6 years to 75 plus. And of course, people with a wide range of physical abilities and disabilities can also participate. So think again about those health challenges identified earlier within central Lancashire. There is also much research evidence demonstrating that for neurodiverse individuals, undertaking activities with pet dogs can bring real benefits. Dogs are said to act as a social lubricant in helping to overcome the social difficulties experienced by many with autistic spectrum disorders. Quite simply, dog training has the capacity to bring a unique combination of emotional, physical and social benefits to any of its participants.
Excuse me, Fiona, could I ask you to start winding up,
No
please?
problem. So the proposed facility could be an important step towards addressing the health challenges that the local council has identified within central Lancashire. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Have we got a Laura Harvey please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Laura and I am here to represent the 160 weekly Wild Paws students as well as the 400 less frequent clients from as far away as Scotland. I am a lifelong South Ribble resident and I run my family's business here from in the heart of South Ribble as well. Dog training is many different things to us. It's a chance to build and maintain a special bond with our four-legged companions. It provides exercise for many people, and for some it is a purpose and a reason to get out of the house. It helps build confidence regardless of age. There are members where classes have literally been a lifeline following marital bereavement, recovery from a stroke, mental health issues, and many of these members say that they would not have coped without having their hobby and agility community to help focus and strength and something positive to look to. It also provides an excellent channel for people with rescue dogs to have a happier, less stressful and more sociable dog through training and knowledge. Nicola is widely respected as one of the top agility trainers in the country, as well as winning the most recent Crufts Championship. I have trained at Wild Paws for 7 years and 5 different training venues. 2 of these have ceased use of the livery yard due to financial difficulty. 1 was unsuitable for health and safety reasons, and the other 2 are our current venues. All have had the same issues. We don't have disabled access, we don't have adequate toilet facilities, and the insufficient lighting within the indoor venues has been a little bit tricky. We have members who are disabled and have at times, they have struggled with the lighting, accessibility and the surfaces that we do train on. The venue under discussion today would provide superb opportunities and promote inclusivity. It would open the doors to the disabled students currently with Wild Paws and would encourage more physically challenged people to attend classes. Many of the Wild Paw members, including myself, are full-time workers and professionals with young children at home. In the evenings, it's the only feasible time where we can train. It tends to be the mostly retired or self-employed people that train during daytime hours. If you look around the room at those wearing Wild Paws badges and clothing, it's easy to see we have a huge variety of ages and people who have all come together to support Nicola in her application and goals for not only Wild Paws, but agility and dog training in the Northwest. I can empathise with comments on the application, the speed of vehicles. We are travelling with our precious cargo. We are the most sensible and careful of drivers. We are very familiar with 5 miles per hour maximum speed on our training and our competition venues. The noise. Our dogs have to listen and follow our body language and our verbal commands. When they are working, they are encouraged to be quiet and to be fully focused on the job in hand and follow our instructions. When they aren't working, they are taught from the offset to settle calmly in their downtime to help rest and conserve their energy. The videos on social media are predominantly competitions. Comparing the two is like comparing a football training session to a football match. A competition has between 200 and 400 dogs in each ring and between 3 and 15 rings at each competition. As a South Ribble resident, we are encouraged to support our local independent businesses, especially given the local climate. And this application has the potential to bring something incredibly exciting and very much needed for the dog training industry in the Northwest. The local businesses such as cafes, shops and hotels would benefit from those travelling to the venue. We all forget things, we all nip into grab a sandwich, a little drink, some treats for the dog. I just want to say thank you to the committee for your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Laura. Have we got Mike Hallam, please?
Thank you. My name's Mike Hallam. I am a Kennel Club member, chair of the Kennel Club Agility Liaison Council, a championship agility judge, been competing and judging for nearly 40 years, and agility is open to everyone. I'm 68 and I'm still competing at the highest level. The Kennel Club is the primary dog organisation for the UK, covering all breeds, activities, controlling majority of competitions, health issues in conjunction with Veterinary Association and support via their charitable trust, which supplies financial support to canine welfare research projects across the UK. They rely on clubs and individuals to support dog well-being, their training and health. It is critical that venues like the one being proposed are available to provide the guidance dog owners needs with their pets. Currently, a third of the population owns a dog. In the UK, service delivery by the clubs and individuals is critical in assisting and improving the behaviour of dogs and helping their owners. Agility dogs are well trained, respond to their owners, not only in the ring or at venues like Crufts, but during day-to-day living. Venues like the one proposed here are critical to the improvement not only in dog agility, but in all environments where dogs are. Where we have recognised well-run venues, the behaviour of dogs is improved, not because they attend the venue, but the people that do pass on advice and guidance to other owners. It is key that venue being proposed here is supported to continue to improve the quality of our dogs, but also the behaviour of dogs and owners. The venue will be working with the RSPCA and Homeless Hounds to help educate their staff and volunteers. High-class training venues, such as being proposed, generate revenue for business rates and taxes, provide employment for the area, but also supply a much-needed facility for dog owners. The venue will utilise some of the best trainers and handlers in the UK, including world and European champions. It will be immaculately maintained. Visitors will be welcome prior to arrangement, as well as inspectors if required. Organisations such as the Kennel Club, RSPCA, rescue groups will only work with well-maintained venues. Another local club has been in operation for 40 years. They have used a few equestrian centres in Lancashire and Preston areas, and at the present time have been using their existing venue for over 15 years, for which they have a change of use document. They are located in a similar area to the one proposed, South Ribble, and have never had any complaints from residents about noise or indeed any complaints at all. They are pleased to know that during their time, they have managed to assist many new people and their dogs into the dog world, and this has developed good relationships with other handlers, and some have been able to join in the active hobby we call agility. Having spent nearly 40 years in agility, I have seen the support of clubs like this bring to our sport and local communities, encouraging families and youngsters to join in and be involved in agility and the wider dog world. Can only bring benefits to everyone with increased knowledge and experience and good behaviour. Thank you for your time tonight and listening to me.
Thank you for that, Mike. Right, do we have June Corns?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is June. I've been a member of the Wild Paws family for 7 years and live as the crow flies within a quarter of a mile of the Paws venue, with open fields between the two. I was born and brought up in New Longton, and as a child visited Myerscough College on their open day every year. I attended pre-agreement meetings with Nicola and the directors of Myerscough College as a Wild Paws member with a legal background, and gained some knowledge of the history of the site and the reasons for the closure of the livery yard. Myerscough College has been in existence since 1894 and has had a presence at Hutton since that year. Today, the college retains the ownership of the Gables farm site and 153 acres of surrounding farmland. All assets are managed with a specific aim to support the education of young people. The college governing body require regular reviews of all assets to ensure that efficient use of the asset is being achieved and that the asset is continuing to contribute to the long-term financial viability of the college. In 2005, the college opened a livery operation to make use of the Gables farm site and to create an income stream to support the college. The livery was operated successfully for over 10 years, but gradually became more challenging to operate profitably. In recent years, the livery became unprofitable and a financial burden on the college, costing tens of thousands per year, which could be better spent on education. Following a review of performance, Myerscough decided to seek an alternative use for the site that could remove the financial loss being incurred and support an element of curriculum delivery. Animal studies is an important and significant curriculum area for the college, with over 650 students enrolled in a range of courses from entry level to degree level. Wild Paws is fully committed to developing a long-term strategic partnership with the college, which will support the future curriculum that the college is being asked to deliver. The new T-level qualifications, which are currently being introduced, are a 2-year advanced qualification that will offer students a mixture of classroom-based learning and on-the-job experience. The new qualifications have been designed in collaboration with employers such as Wild Paws and are reliant on employer support to deliver them. With 200 hours of work experience required for each student enrolled in a T-level, this creates significant challenges to deliver partnerships with high-quality work experience provider. I train at an outdoor site in Leyland. We have trained here for over a year and have never received a noise complaint, as verified in the planning officer's report. Up to 12 dogs are trained outside until 9:45 in the evening, 3 nights a week. A neighbour whose garden is 100 metres away has commented on the application, saying that she has never heard a dog bark, and the closest neighbour reports no disturbance. There are 9 domestic properties within 100 metres and between 700 and 800 domestic properties within 500 metres, none of whom have ever reported any issues. I previously trained at Paul's Farm with Ribble, which is run from an indoor equestrian centre with an outside field for use in summer. When I attended, there would be as many as 20 dogs in the arena at any one time. There are 28 domestic properties within 500 metres, none of whom, as you have heard, have complained. The proposed venue is not a competition venue, it's a training venue. A typical 1-hour lesson would be as follows. 10 minutes spent walking the course without dogs, which involves memorising a course of between 5 and 20 obstacles. 10 minutes for the trainer to discuss the course handling options. 35 minutes of training with dogs in the arena, usually amounting to 5 dogs working for less than 5 minutes each, with feedback and change over time. 5 minutes roundup and homework for the next lesson. The actual running of the dogs is secondary to the technical training being given. I fully support this application as a wonderful opportunity to bring world-class facilities with a world-class trainer into the area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that presentation. Do we have an Andrew Raymond, please? Just remind you, you've got.
Sorry, I'm struggling with my voice. I've got a rotten cold at the moment. Good evening, everybody. My name is Andrew Raymond, and I'm the founder of Acoustic Design and Control, trading as ADC Acoustics. I've been a full-time acoustic consultant for over 32 years, specialising in all aspects of environmental noise assessment and control. I was a member of the Association of Noise Consultants Working Group, which produced the guidance document to BS 4142, which is the main assessment tool for commercial noise assessment. By the way, it was said earlier that these standards don't apply to dogs. They do. They don't apply to domestic dogs, but they do apply to commercial dogs in commercial settings. I've worked on numerous projects associated with all manner of dog facilities, and I currently serve on the Association of Noise Consultants Working Group, preparing guidance on the modelling and assessment of noise from dog facilities. I'll come to that point later. It is crucially important to note that it has never been argued by the applicant or by myself that large numbers of uncontrolled dogs and barking dogs do not create noise at nearby properties. It is also just as clear, I think, that well-controlled dogs which do not bark obviously create no noise. Speakers for the application will advise you and have advised you that barking and agility lessons is extremely rare and would disrupt the lessons to an extent that they couldn't possibly run. I was instructed to carry out an independent assessment of the proposed training school. It is important to understand that I've gone to considerable lengths to include worst cases in my assumptions. For example, the source noise has been taken from one of the applicant's live agility lessons. We've used the noisiest 1 minute period from that entire time and assumed that that noisiest 1 minute period persists through the entire lesson. The vast majority of the noise was from the voices of the handler and instructor. Also, as a means of illustrating a more extreme worst case, the effect of a significant amount of barking in the lessons was considered. We went further still in that we illustrated the impact of a dog barking for the entire lesson. Either of those last two scenarios would completely disrupt the lesson and could not possibly be allowed to happen. But the illustrations are presented nonetheless, and I do emphasise that they're illustrations and not something which was done because it's likely to happen. The sound insulation properties of the building were measured as they are. There are no assumptions to debate. I simply measured the performance of that building as it exists, and that's what's been put into the assessment. The predicted noise was then assessed against the quietest period of the evening background noise. Note that no assessment standard requires us to use the lowest period of background noise, but we did so in order to present a robust case and to allow for the possibility of different conditions on different days. The findings were that normal training is likely to have negligible impact. An extremely unlikely worst case of 10 minutes worth of barking per lesson is also likely to have very low impact. Even constant barking would still give levels below the levels of background noise. Such an extreme scenario could cause disturbance at the closest residential properties, but it could not happen in reality as the lessons would be completely disrupted. As far as I can tell, nearly all the objections are based upon an assumption that there will be large numbers of dogs barking and that the noise will travel large distances. As Ms Wildman and others will advise, it is exceptionally unlikely to happen, and if it did occur, the lessons couldn't possibly run. I mentioned earlier my work with the Association of Noise Consultants Working Group preparing the guidance on the modelling and assessment of noise from dog facilities. All the members of that group, which I should add includes a local environmental health officer, have expressed the perennial difficulty of the automatic assumption that dogs necessarily equate to noise disturbance.
Could I ask you to wind up now, please?
One more sentence. Clearly an uncontrolled group of stressed, bored dogs are likely to bark and affect nearby properties, but well-managed, happy and engaged dogs are extremely unlikely to, particularly at the distances involved. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much for that. Now I'm going to bring Debbie in with some comments now, if that's okay. Oh, all right then. Okay, now we have do we have the applicant? Oh, right, yeah, of course, yeah.
Sorry, through you, Chair.
No, sorry.
Ward councillors first, and then
I'll bring you in afterwards. Yeah. Now then we come to ward or neighbouring ward councillors now. And I think David Shaw and Michael Green are not here, so can we have Councillor Margaret Smith, please?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee. This evening I've come here to support my residents and to thank them for the professional way that they presented their objections to this planning application. There is also quite a number of residents who haven't spoken, who have come in here this evening to show their support to the people who are objecting. As the ward councillor covering Lindell Lane and the surrounding areas, I have a number of concerns regarding this application. Condition 3 states the opening hours that go along with this application, and I make no apologies for going over them again because I think it's important that the committee do get the sense of how great these hours are. 8 AM to 9:30 on a Monday to Friday, that's a total of 13.5 hours every day, weekdays. 9 AM to 6:30 on a Saturday, a total of 9.5 hours per day. And 10 o'clock till 5 o'clock on Sundays and bank holidays, a total of 7 hours per day. That's a total during the week of 84 hours. That is what this planning application will allow to take place if it is fully implemented. This amounts to approximately 3,000 movements per week, unlike the present permission of 40 horses visited twice a day is just 1,000. That is my calculations. I think everybody's differs slightly, but that's mine. Would it not be better if the work there was 5.5 days a week, giving the residents some Saturday afternoon peace and Sundays, and including that in bank holidays. There's been a suggestion that the opening times during the school term times should be put back to 10 a.m. so that the rush hour traffic would have cleared and the children travelling to school on bikes, say to Hutton Grammar School, All Hallows, Priory High, would be a lot safer. As you know, the lane is busy with no footpaths, and increasingly residents take walks. They're walking their dogs, desert the area, horse riding, including exercising the police horses, cyclists, people just going out for a gentle walk. Could some consideration be given to an alternative and altering the entrance to help maybe a refuge provided in front of the gables for foot traffic? It has been mentioned this evening that Lindell Lane is a busy lane. It is a Lindell Lane. It is a busy lane. We leaflet that lane, and we never allow any of our volunteers to do that. We do it ourselves because we know there is no footpaths, and therefore you've got to be extremely careful when you are actually walking down that lane. The traffic study undertaken by LCC on the existing planning permission is for 40 horses visited twice a day, spread over a 24-hour period. If this application is passed, you could see up to 18 vehicles bringing dogs to lessons and 18 vehicles leaving after completing a lesson in a short window that will probably be about 15 minutes, which I believe will inevitably cause traffic problems on this lane. Condition 4, no more than 12 events per year and no more than 2 in any month. This would assume that will be in the summer months. And have officers any idea of the numbers expected or the format of these events? Also, do they need an event licence?
Councillor Smith, could I ask you to start winding up now, please?
It won't be more than 1 minute. I did actually ring this morning, but Debbie was busy. The lack of soundproofing does also give me cause for concern. The bars are open-sided and 3 lessons going on at the same time with instructions being given is bound to cause noise. To generate noise from this site, would there be, the way the land lies, it is very flat and the noise seems to travel quite a long way. If this application is approved this evening, can consideration be given to reducing the opening hours, a footpath in front of the gables, reorganising the entrance and some fencing or cladding to the barns, and if you think it's appropriate, maybe a 12-month trial period. Lastly, may I draw your attention to the report that was sent out by the council, and it is report number 9.2 on page 15. If I allow, Mr. Chairman, may I read it? It will just take me 1 little minute. That's okay. It says, undeniably, there will be increased traffic movements, but LCC's assessment must be whether the increase would increase to the level where it causes severe additional harm. The MPPF requires harm to be severe if used as justification for refusal. On the balance, LCC do not think that it will. Members, however, may find that regardless of the capacity and safety of the highway, which are deemed acceptable, the proposal would impact on highway amenity by virtue of increased traffic generation and should be refused as not being compliant with the local plan policy G17. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. I did give you some latitude there as well.
I know you did, and thank you for it.
Okay, could we have Councillor Michael Green, please? All right. Okay, thank you for that. Right, so we now have okay, so see you next, Councillor Councillor David Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Councillor David Howarth, and I wish to speak to this item as a neighbouring ward member for Howick and Priory and a neighbouring county councillor taking in Broad Oak and Hutton East, following concerns and opposition that have been raised with me from residents of those areas. The concerns very much relate to impact on local amenity and the fact that noise carries, particularly in the evening. Whilst John Horrocks Way may at rush hour times during the day be busy, with rap running down Lindell Lane, it is a road I frequently use, not least of all to arrive here, and during the evening there is little traffic. The concerns over noise to the west of this site are just as pertinent to the rows of properties facing it to the east that I represent. I would like to take issue with a number of ambiguities within the report, and in particular conditions recommended. It's acknowledged at point 3.3 that the buildings are dilapidated and in the style of a Dutch barn with open hit and miss panels, and yet there appears to be no requirement to carry out works to the building or to soundproof it. And I'm very disappointed that the photographs that have been shown this evening do not show the building itself, do not show the state of it, do not show the open back of it that was covered up with black plastic sheeting with an asbestos roof and slats around it. And this, we're being told, is fit to run a dog training centre. At point 5.5, there are plans to upgrade the main building, but no firm details are provided to what the upgrade measures are, with presumably no requirement to do anything. 5.1 states that the application is for a dog training facility, and yet at 5.4, a previously unknown to me temporary condition has appeared for 12 weekend timescales, not only on the site, but also in surrounding fields. One presumes these are the national events referred to, but was buried somewhere on the portal and nobody has had the opportunity to comment. At 7.2, Environmental Health clearly had concerns, stating that it is an intensification of the use of the site and expresses concerns about the loss of amenity to residents. It raises issues about the condition of the building and reasonable acoustic performance. It then acknowledges that the noise assessment was carried out at another facility, which I believe is an enclosed building. And we've now discovered this evening, how was it independent if the assessor is here supporting the application? Are you really being asked to compare apples with pears? It further makes reference to acoustic fencing, but this apparently is only to screen the property on site where the applicant intends to live. So what is good for the goose presumably is good for the gander. If I could also refer to 8.3 and the statement that use of the field until 10 p.m. for cooling down and the subsequent noise and activity is also likely to impact on residential amenity. At 8.4.2, there is also an acknowledgement of clients willing to travel distance supporting concerns of an increase in traffic, and we've learnt this evening that there are around 400 coming from as far away as Scotland. And if they're coming to these all weekend training events, where are they staying? New Longton's not renowned for its plethora of hotels and bed and breakfasts. So one presumes that they're either coming in camper vans or things of that nature, and they're going to add to the impact on the site. 9.3 refers to no works being needed to the site buildings, and members may feel that is contrary to amenity protection. So on to the conditions. 1 refers to the development being begun, but you've no idea what development of the site is to take place, if any. 3 allows for activity 365 days a year, including Christmas Day if they so choose, with no respite for surrounding residents. It is an operation on an industrial scale with totally excessive hours of operation. We've been told that those hours have been much reduced. I don't think half an hour a day is a great reduction in the hours of operation. Condition 4 is a condition regarding surrounding fields that are not contained within the application site. How and why? 7 refers to collection, containment and removal of animal effluent. What about human effluent? Surely, given the number of attendees, they will want to toilet themselves, and yet the site is not connected to the main sewer, as confirmed by United Utilities. 12 is completely ambiguous. It states no outside area shall be used for commercial activity involving dogs. What is warming up and cooling down if not part of the commercial activity? How does that fit in with these 12 weekend shows? 13, we now learn that this acoustic fencing actually only goes around the residence. So in conclusion, this appears to be an application for an over-intensive super hub, and the report and recommendations are so ambiguous that you may wish to defer to obtain the answers. However, if you are minded to approve, then there must be stringent safeguards to protect public amenity, both in the hours of operation and soundproofing to provide meaningful noise mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you for that great presentation, Councillor Howard. Have we got Councillor David Shaw here? Right, okay. Thank you for that. Right, now could we have Nicola with do her presentation, please? You've got 4 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. I am Nicola Wildman, Director of Wild Paws and applicant. I am also fulfilling the role of architect on this scheme, having previously worked in this role. I would like to begin by thanking Ms Roberts for her thoroughness in leaving no stone unturned in her report and asking all of the difficult questions. We have been working with the council to find the best way forward for this scheme, and her time and effort have been appreciated. If this application is successful, not only will I be moving my business to the site, but also my home to the house directly situated next door. My partner works from home as an aerospace engineer and is often in online meetings across the globe. He was not, however, concerned regarding the noise of the dog training centre and has selected an office which faces away from the noise of the police dogs. The presence of an existing source of dog noise, the police dogs, has clearly created a polarising effect in the community, and we've seen some extreme reactions from this. We would like to offer assurance that none of the disciplines practiced at this site encourage barking, unlike police work. All dogs are worked with 1 handler to 1 dog ratio and a full noise management plan in place at all times. This has been submitted, and it was not my choice not to condition this. This is a training centre with an emphasis on education, not a daycare or kennels. Throughout the application process, every piece of information has been scrutinised, and the conclusion, the consultees and planning officer gave a clear recommendation for approval of this application. The Central Lancashire Core Strategy directed Wild Paws to urban fringe areas, as has been demonstrated in the planning officer's report. These documents say leisure and sport uses should be located in the urban fringe, and that the reuse of buildings in the Greenbelt should be encouraged, both of which this scheme clearly achieves. The worst case scenario noise impact report gives a negligible impact outcome. The site has good transport links and robust highway infrastructure. There is ample parking and no loss of biodiversity or green space for this change of use, as has been demonstrated by the support of the statutory consultees for this scheme in highways, ecology and environmental health. The need for these facilities is clear, and Lancashire County Council clearly agree. They have agreed alone to allow us to fit out the site as a state-of-the-art dog training facility, suitable for training world champions in a number of canine disciplines, from obedience to ringcraft. We also hope to share these skills with the community in South Ribble, increasing responsible dog ownership and the behaviour of dogs within the community. During this process, we've carefully considered the balance between viability and opening hours. The opening hours proposed within the conditions for this application are the fine line between success and failure for this venture. 9 p.m. closing time on weekdays is essential for our clients who work full-time. Weekend and bank holiday hours must allow for a day of seminars with trainers who often travel from overseas to teach an 8-hour day. And this is what the events condition refers to. It would be 2 groups of 6 with 6 dogs on site during an event day at once. In short, a restriction further than the proposed conditions would lead to an unviable business proposition. With these points addressed, there is no legislative reason for permission not to be granted to this dog training centre, which will promote responsible dog ownership and support an exciting business proposition for South Ribble and apparently the creation of some B&Bs. The planning officer's report is thorough and clear in its support for granting permission to the scheme, alongside the support of all statutory consultees from Highways, Ecology and Environmental Health. I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration of our application this evening, and I would like to invite any questions if there's anything such as the events that need any clarification.
Right, thanks for that, Nicola. You've gone over now, so thank you very much for that. Right, so with that, I will now bring it into committee. Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Chair. Wow. Just before I say anything, we've got a really difficult job here tonight. And let us assure everyone who's here, we're guided by national policy on planning. The officer's done a really good report and come out with the recommendation, which is based on the policy. But there's a number of things I'd just like to pick up, please. The first one is, which we have quite a lot here. What a lot of you people won't see is your council officers and members who are here tonight are here every month. There's two actually this month dealing with issues like this. And whilst this is an issue for you tonight, we see this a lot of the time, so we've got to be very balanced. But let me assure you that there's a consistent thing which happens. Lancashire County Council Highways always let you down as residents. If Lancashire County Highways said no, it gives us a bit more armour to say no. The issue we have here tonight is, if we said no, and the applicant went to appeal, because of the NPPF, it would probably favour them. But there's other things in between that, which I think are important for us to remember and bring to the table. I feel sometimes uncomfortable when I'm sitting here and planning, because I don't want to hear any of our residents feeling the way they felt here tonight. Also, I understand that there's got to be support of investments and businesses, but I don't think the both should clash. So when I hear John, who's travelled all that distance, to come up and say that he understands, but there's got to be some compromise, I take my hat off to him and say, yeah, good. When I hear Alex talk about the incidents on the road, my daughter's friend was killed in a local road round the corner from here, so I know the impact that has. Jennifer and Donna and Joe talking about how it personally affects their lives. We're committee members, but that's an important thing. The policy is the policy, but the people are the people. So you've got to also respect that. A couple of other little bits, please. When the Professor Fiona, I think it was, spoke, completely get it, Fiona, what you said. But the well-being of our residents is not just through dogs. I own 2 dogs. Well, I walk them. But when you hear residents say that it affects their well-being, there's got to be a balance in that. I also heard about the issue with noise, which is always an issue from environmental issues. We've got to also balance that, because as you heard some of our other councillors who are not on committee have mentioned, there seems to be a lot of exposure to when activity is going to take place. So we've got to come to a compromise. We have to come to a compromise because we have to vote on it. But when policy clashes with people and our residents who are fair and all they want is to live in South Ribble like we all do, and and pay the taxes and accept that things get developed and things happen, and they don't want to discourage investments, because we see what you've done here tonight with your application, Nicola. It's important that we've got to be fair as councillors. So I think, observing what I've heard here tonight, there's a bit more work to be done on this, because I don't want our residents not feeling like they're being heard, and I don't want the applicant not feeling like you're being heard. So I'm going to go right to it, members, tonight. I'm going to go for a deferment, because I think these conditions need reviewing, discussing, and further work needs to be done. for us to be comfortable one way or another. So thank you, Chair. Cheers.
Right, thank you for that, Councillor Flannery. I think Councillor Mary Green wants to come in.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as Councillor Flannery said, it's very difficult subject this, and I really feel for the company that's trying to establish a new business here. But there's one or two things that really concern me. As has previously been said, the long hours that they're intending working on, and it's all right saying we'll get conditions altered for hours and stuff, but the lady, the applicant, has said if they don't have those hours, it doesn't contribute to a satisfactory business. So they do want those hours. And I'm concerned, as Councillor Flannery said, for the residents who've got to live there, to put up with the long hours of people to-ing and fro-ing, to put up with all the disruption of the dogs, whether there is or not. I mean, there's light pollution as well till late because there'll be lights on. So that light pollution is bound to affect the people around. Light pollution carries quite a way. As a person who regularly follows Crufts, I mean, Crufts have been mentioned tonight. I love that programme. I love the dogs in it and I love watching it. But I am aware of the discipline that the dogs have to go through to learn to go there and present themselves well. But I'm quite aware of the events at Crufts. And if the competitions they're going in for is similar to Crufts, you're going to have the same sort of thing. There's an event called Flyball, where the dogs go absolutely crazy at this thing, catch a ball and run back. The owners are cheering them on and all the rest of it. Very, very noisy and very boisterous. There's also the discipline of going round the tracks, going through the tunnels and over the jumps and everything, where quite a few of the dogs bark as they're going round. It's the way that they are, they get excited and they bark as they're going round. And if for all that, you say the dogs will be quiet, you've got to think about they're going to get verbal orders, which she'll be shouting or calling, or perhaps control with a whistle. I mean, I don't know, I'm not a dog expert, but whichever way, the owner's going to have to guide that dog some way through that training. So there is going to be noise. There is definitely going to be noise. The long hours, the light pollution, and I feel that there's too much of a loss of residential amenity to allow this application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Green. I'm going to bring Councillor Hesketh in now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have mixed feelings with the application as it is tonight. Most people like dogs, and I'm one that does also. But dogs do need training, and they need the right conditions to implement these conditions and train the dogs. But before we go any further with this particular application tonight, I think there are a number of things that have to be ironed out, which has been mentioned throughout the evening. So I would go along with the fact that maybe we should have a meeting, or there should be a meeting between the local residents and the applicant before we do come to a conclusion. And I would, I suppose, go along with deferment, Mr. Chairman, on that. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Hesketh. So with that, Councillor Flannery wants to defer it, and it's the way he's proposed it. Are you seconding it? Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Chair. It's much similar to what all the councillors have said opposite. Clearly, there are passions on both sides of this. I think it's fairly well known that I've got quite a large sympathy for dogs myself, being owning 3. And as a matter of fact, when I was reading these papers, I had a King Charles Cavalier sat on my shoulder who appeared to be interested in them too. However, I look at where I would put a facility like this elsewhere within South Ribble, and in honesty, I do believe this is probably about one of the better places I could think of to put a facility like this. I do understand, of course, that will cause some upset to some people and the opposite to others, to joy to others. And it puts us in an invidious position. But I've also heard the calls for deferral and so on. However, I feel it was withdrawn, obviously, last year when it was going to come forward. And obviously, Debbie has dealt with the applicant and obviously all the feedback from residents and so on. And I believe that the conditions have already been put in place to limit it to something more manageable and something more reasonable. And I'm concerned, of course, I'm a business owner myself as well, to making a business inviable by putting far too many restrictions on something that it's just not viable to do anymore. A facility like this would be fantastic for South Ribble, in honesty, and if it does bring people internationally and if we become a centre of excellence for something like this, I think that's a wonderful thing for South Ribble. Again, it's based on the pros and cons and that I've heard tonight, and again the fact that there are quite a lot of conditions on this and that it has gone back, and Debbie's done such significant work on it. To be honest with you, I'm going to be proposing we approve it tonight. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that, Councillor Watson. Now we have Councillor Moon.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask Debbie one question before I then contribute? And I apologise if I've missed this, Debbie. The access to the yard, if it on its current permission, is there any restriction on timings to access that yard? If you had 40, if it went to DIY livery, you had 40 horses, is there a cut-off point? Apologies if I've missed it.
No, from memory, and I didn't mention it, so you've not missed it. The application was for a livery yard for up to 40 horses. There was a condition to restrict it to commercial livery so that there was no transferability between the use class into other unauthorised uses and things that we've not assessed. But other than that, there was no start or end time, no other restriction of that type, other than it had to remain as a livery.
Okay, so it could go.
That condition not being put on, this wouldn't have needed.
In theory, if this didn't go ahead, it could go livery yard, 40 clients, 40 horses, 40 boxes, movements to and from 2-3 times a day. You could.
Regardless of what there is on the site, there is permission for 40 commercial livery.
Yeah, regardless of stables on site now, you can.
Regardless of what is on site, has permission for 40. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure that I got all my information. I have to say there has been a lot, hasn't there? There's been a lot to take in. There's been a lot to think about. But for me, and I'm just going to come straight to it, I'm going to second the approval that Councillor Watson has put forward, because for me, based on the information before me in the reports, the information I've heard in the room tonight, I do come down in favour of allowing this to go forward, allowing the business to go forward. I think we can personally, what I see here is that this has been previously withdrawn, that amendments have been made, that compromises have been made. I had a slight question mark over the venue hire element, but then listening to the applicant, to me, that presents very similar to workshops in the equestrian world where you bring a particular trainer. It's a small thing, rather than what it could have been painted as some sort of big competition style event. That's absolutely not what I'm being advised is happening. So from my perspective, I also feel we should recognise the temporary permission on the weekends. To me, again, that's an applicant showing us that we've reduced our opening hours. We're prepared to go with the temporary permissions. We've heard the applicant say it wasn't their choice not to put management plans in around noise, and we've heard Debbie explain why it's done on conditions. So to me, I respect the proposal to defer, but I feel like defer to what end? How much further would you go with conditions? For me, it's a case of you either like the application, accept the application's policy compliant, and has done everything it can to mitigate, or it doesn't. And for me, it goes far enough as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you for that, Councillor Moon. Can I bring Councillor Adams in now, please?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with all the comments that have been made, and I think it is a difficult one in terms of there's clearly opinions relevant on both sides. I have a lot of sympathy for the residents. I think you've been let down, in my opinion, from Lancashire County Council. Having been a resident of Penwitham all my life, I quite often use the road at Lindell Lane, and I know how at times it does seem very unsafe, particularly with the no pavements or footpaths. So I would concur that, in my mind, that is an issue. However, as Councillor Flannery says, we've not been helped on the committee, and we rarely are helped on the committee by LCC's inaction when it comes to the policy framework. So, unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do in relation to that. I think on the other side, I do have to agree, I think, with Councillor Watson and Councillor Moon. I think this is a really positive application. I think it's something which, a business which should be welcomed in South Rural. I think it could bring a different type of people to South Rural, and it will also enhance our local economy as well. And as Councillor Howard says, in terms of, I do look forward, potentially, hopefully, for the extra B&Bs that might support it. So in terms of where I am, I appreciate Councillor Flannery's proposal in terms of deferral, but I do have concerns about what further conditions we can put on this, and whether that would be viable as a business. So in my mind, I'm going to support my colleagues, Councillor Moon and Councillor Watson, in terms of approval of the application. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Adams. Just before I bring in Councillor Molyneux, could I just ask the members of the public not to interrupt, please, while we're doing this? Right, Councillor Molyneux, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Again, I'll just reiterate what everybody else has said this evening. It's a very difficult decision, one way or the other. But I'm going to make it the whole hog. As far as I'm concerned, this should be refused, not passed this evening. I think we should remember the residents and the situation the residents are going to be in 365 days a year. And I think the timescales, the opening times and closing times are too much. Possibilities, if they were willing to change that, there may have been some thought from myself that I would go with that, but there doesn't appear to be that mood to do that. I just think overall, as a local councillors, we should be thinking of our local people, and people travelling from hundreds of miles away is not really a concern for me as a local councillor. So from my point of view, I would go for refusal this evening, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Molyneux. Right, thank you, Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Chair. Could I first of all ask Debbie a question? Could she tell me where this noise testing was taking place?
Right, Debbie.
The noise testing that was... Is Andrew in the room? I believe the noise testing was taken on site, but there's a lot of assumptions in the report based on existing facilities like this in the area. But could I just ask the noise consultant to come in, Chair? Is that all right?
Right, would you like to come up again then, please?
Refusal.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I find it strange that somebody who's come here to support the application is now being called as a witness to answer questions on the note report. He's clearly one of the 5 supporters.
Through you, Chair, I understand that it's a clarification that Debbie's asked for, so it's at Chair's discretion. Obviously, it will clear up a query that has been asked of Debbie Roberts, so it's entirely up to Chair whether he allows that, and he obviously has.
Well, I think for clarity, I think I'll allow it, but only for a small time.
Would you mind asking the question again, please?
Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Hancock wanted to know where the noise assessment took place. Was it on site? Was it off site? If you could just clarify for us. Thank you.
Yes, it took place on site.
Is that all right for you, Councillor? Have you any other questions? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, if you...
Sorry, a site is... Sorry?
Phone was off, that's all.
Right, sorry. That a noise assessment was made at Barton Equestrian Centre. Is that correct?
That is correct. Is my microphone working? I don't think it is.
Yes, it is.
The measurements of the existing noise climate took place on site. The measurements of the source noise was obviously had to be taken at an existing facility. There's no other way of doing it. So that's what, so you're correct. It was done at Barton Equestrian Centre.
Right, thank you for that, Andrew.
Thank you. Can I just carry on, please? It's obvious what we've heard tonight from the residents. There's been brought up a number of problems that are causing them concern. I think I would go along with what's already been suggested, that the residents get together with the applicant and the officers to see whether anything can be done to, first of all, sort of bring some way of solving these problems for our residents, and I would go for a deferment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hancock. Turn your mic off, please. Right, Councillor Sharple, please.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like a referee. When you're a referee and you blow the whistle, 11 people are happy and 11 people are not happy. It's a difficult one, isn't it? I have read the report twice today, and I thought I'll come along and I'll listen to both sides, and I'll probably get a reasonable view of which way I should vote. I haven't really, but I'd like to just thank everybody who has spoken, very articulated, and it has been helpful. It's a tricky one, but I really would like to have another look at how some of the issues might be mitigated. I really think there's an opportunity here to settle it by having a look at it. Can these issues be mitigated? If they can't, they can't. We're back to square one. But wouldn't it be ideal if we could have a trial period and say, please set up and start, and we'll all stand and watch and see what happens? Yeah, but I suppose we can't. But yeah, I'm going to go for deferment. I think it's worth another go at it. Let people have another look at it and see if there are ways around the issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sharple. Councillor Uglesworth.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if anybody else is in this position, but it's hard for me to imagine how it's going to run and whether there will be noise. And I just wondered if it was possible for people that are in a similar position to me could perhaps visit another facility that's like that, so that at least we know what we're voting for and against more clearly.
Thank you for that, Councillor Uglesworth.
Yeah, through you, Chair, obviously this is an application on its own merits. So if obviously you wanted to go and visit another facility, or if other members of the public wanted to do that, it's entirely up to them. But this is obviously a case on its own merits.
Okay, so we've had Councillor Phil Smith.
Thank you, Chair. You thought you got away with it then, didn't you? But unfortunately, you didn't quite make it. This is a really difficult application, there's absolutely no doubt. I think from a committee's point of view, and I've been around this sort of planning one way or another for a long, long time, many years now. And it's actually, I think, probably one of the most difficult and most complicated that we've had. And well done, Debbie, for sort of trying to write the report and be neutral in the report itself, because I'm sure that was not easy for you. And it's certainly not easy for us sat around this committee room now. From a deferral point of view, I'm not 100% sure what that can actually bring. We've already heard that the applicant needs the hours that they've got to make it viable. And I'm not quite sure where that's going to go. The business is actually, from a business point of view, and I'm a businessman, is actually maxed out before it's even started. I'm not quite sure where it's going to go long term. The business is maxed out from day one. And that is a real viability problem in its own right from running businesses. I'm not happy with the county council report, and I know there's been various aspects of that, and we've spoken about it many times at various different planning meetings. But I have to say, this is the shortest report from Lancashire County Council Highways I think I've ever seen on something that is so controversial and something on such a busy road. I mean, County Council have been trying to get cars off Lindell Lane ever since I've known 20 years. They've been trying to get cars off Lindell Lane, hence we've got a bypass, hopefully, to help it out a bit. There is some thought as it's not quite worked as well as it has, but I think it has. I think there's absolutely no doubt about that. Lindell Lane is not a rat run. I know residents said that. I live there. I look at it every day. I go down it regularly. It's a main road, but it's a main road that's used well. I walk up and down it regularly. I cycle up and down it regularly, and it is dangerous. There's nowhere to go. With the grass verges, it had nice curbs, but down the side at one time, they've all gone. They've disappeared under the grass verges. It really is very difficult. The number of vehicles, it's been said at 3,000. I mean, I worked it out at 2,800 and something. I can't just find my notes now, but that is a lot of vehicles a week. A lot of vehicles a week, and I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with County Council's report, and I think we need to tell them that, to be quite honest. There's a great play on the sort of health and well-being of the people with dogs and the people that are doing the training, and I think that's quite right. I don't think there's any doubt about that, and I think the professor very eloquently put that point. But I would like to put the point as well about the health and well-being of the residents that actually live there. You've got some people with dogs that are going to be absolutely happy, and you've got some people that actually live there for a long while, that are going to be stressed out. And we've seen that by the amount of interest and the amount of people that are here. I'm actually going to vote for refusal on the amenity of the for the residents there, the impact on the amenity and the highways. And I don't think we should ignore the highways, because I think it's really important. And I could have been tempted to vote for deferral, but I can't see where it's going on a business that's maxed out from day one, that where everybody's looked at it, the residents have looked at it, the officers have looked at it, and they've taken half an hour off it. Come on. And I understand why it's half an hour. It's half an hour because the business maxed out. So I can't see it just actually working, which might not be a planning consideration, but the two issues that I've already spoken about. So I will be going for refusal, Chair.
Okay, could we bring Councillor Flannery back in, please?
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me, apologies for this. I didn't want to come back in because I think everyone's had a fair say. Just so the people know in the room, which is a very important point. And I understand everyone's point on this. The reason for deferral is there's a bit of compromise. I think there is still a bit of work to be done, but never mind, put that to one side. If we go for refusal tonight, and then we refuse it and the applicant appeals, we don't have any negotiation with them. So the idea of deferral is that you can maybe improve the situation for both parties, whereas if we go for refusal and it gets refused and the applicant appeals, there's no comeback, so there's no more conditions, and just making sure that people realise that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Flannery. So I think really now we're going to have to sort things out and say what we're going for. I'll bring Taz in again now.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. So we've had a proposal for deferment, and that's obviously been seconded. We've had a proposal for refusal, that's been seconded. And we've also had a proposal for the recommendation, that's been seconded. So we'll go with the First Amendment first. So that's the deferral to allow for further discussions on the application between the applicant and officers and members of the public. So if we can vote for that, please. Councillor Hesketh. Through you, Chair. So that has actually been allowed. So Planning Committee has agreed to defer this matter to the next committee to allow for further discussions between the applicant, the members of the public and between officers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Taz. Now then, that brings us to item 7. Now, as I said before, we're going to have a comfort break now, ladies and gentlemen.
Through you, Chair. Members of the committee, can we just have a 5-minute comfort break and we'll come back in 5 minutes? Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start in a few minutes. We're just going to find the other councillors and then we'll get started again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, could we have order, please? Right, now as I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, I've got an interest in this one, so what I'm going to do is hand over to Taz and then she'll carry on from there. All right?
Thank you, Chair. So no, I won't be carrying on. It's a matter of actually electing a chair from the committee remaining. So do I have any proposals for a chair? Councillor Adams?
Yes, thanks, Taz. I'll propose Councillor Flannery for chair. Thank you.
I'll second that. Thank you.
Going to make an amendment to that, Taz. I would like to propose myself. If it's not me, it might as well be you.
Should I second it?
So we'll go to an electronic vote. I'm just waiting for Ben to...
It's more just the names we need to change on the system.
All right, we need to change the names on the system. So we've got a proposal and seconded by Will Adams and Sharple. So can we just have a show of hands? So Councillor Flannery has been elected as chair. Councillor Flannery, do you want to make your way to the top table?
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for that vote of confidence from my colleagues on committee tonight. Never in doubt. Phil? Okay, so item number 7, please. The storage unit in Newgate Lane and Whitestake, and I'd like to invite Chris Sowerby to present the item. Chris, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The application, which relates to a parcel of land, including 2 agricultural buildings within the Greenbelt, was brought before committee in November and was deferred to allow further discussions between officers, the applicants and neighbours. Following the meeting that took place between neighbours, the applicant and officers, the applicant's agent has provided an amended plan which omits a proposed access track along the southern side of Unit 2, as indicated on this plan with the blue boxed arrow. The agent has also agreed to the addition of a planning condition, condition 13, which prevents servicing and deliveries during school drop-off and pick-up times. It is fair to say that these changes do not wholly satisfy concerns raised by the objectors at the meeting, but the decision to be made by the planning committee is if the proposal is acceptable in planning terms. The reuse of buildings within the green belt is permitted in principle under policy G2. No alterations are proposed to the buildings on the site. And a condition is proposed to restrict any storage external of the buildings. Whilst at a number of points along Newgate Lane, on-street parking restricts the width of a carriageway available for use. Newgate Lane is, however, a public road. Signage is in place advising that the road is, however, unsuitable for heavy goods vehicles. This photograph was shown previously with objectors alleging that this stuck HGV was servicing the site. Regardless of where this HGV was heading, this slide is an example of why condition 3 is being recommended, which prevents anything larger than a large transit or Luton van types from servicing the site. There are no objections to the proposal from any statutory consultees. For these reasons and those contained within the report, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the imposition of conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that, Chris. Right, I'm going to go straight into this, please. We've got a number of objectors, and I'm going to bring in first Andy Hunter, please. You want to come up and to the table and press the red button, and you'll have 4 minutes, Andy, when you start. Thank you.
Well, good evening all. As recommended by the chair at the last session, residents met with Mr. Fairclough and his agent, Mr. Wheatman, along with Mr. Sowerby and Mr. Brown from the Planning Council to discuss, to try and come to an agreement that would result in us withdrawing our objections to the proposal. Prior to the meeting, we submitted what I'll call a suggested agenda, and the team from the planning office introduced the meeting with effectively a very similar agenda, so we were on the same track. However, partway through their introduction, Mr. Wheatman, Mr. Fairclough's agent, interrupted the introduction, if that makes sense, with and proceeded to give us a sort of a summary of his experience in planning. His experience working with South Ribble Council, and that he knew of legal issues that might affect the whole sort of scenario. We sort of interrupted back and suggested that actually if we wanted an effective meeting, we should follow the agenda that the planning committee had suggested. So the meeting didn't get off to a great start, suffice to say. We met for about 2 hours. And several issues fairly quickly became apparent that rather than lead us to, considering accepting the proposal, they actually did the opposite and further confirmed our thoughts that we want to continue to oppose it. Whilst we've been able to we couldn't really get very many people down the last time, but you can see that there are a number of people here who are supporting. These are generally people who live around the Newgate Green Lane area. Various pieces came out of the session, including but not limited to some of the things that I'll mention now. From the input from Mr. Fairclough's input, it's clear that he's to our minds, he's a pretty significant property developer. We understand that the properties on Meadowcroft were developed by Mr. Fairclough and that he lives in one. Although I think that the house is for sale, I don't know. He informed us at the previous session that his interest, that he walks Newgate Green Lane twice a day. And he told us that it was a 30-mile-an-hour zone. So he wasn't aware that actually it's a 60-mile-an-hour zone, national speed limit. And it was one of our colleagues, Mr. Pye, who pointed that out to him. Mr. Fairclough also suggested growing the height of the boundary hedge so that we couldn't see what was going on the site.
despite the fact that the highway's condition is that the hedge can't be grown more than 0.9 of a metre, so that people can see coming in and out of the site. So, you know, things were starting to get a little bit frustrated. And we think that there were some, I'll use the word disingenuities. At the previous planning session, Mr. Fairclough and Mr. Eccles said that no HGVs had been on site, but at our session, Mr. Fairclough admitted that they had, which was, that was good. He also suggested that the land wasn't going to change, and we've got that was on tape. So, but actually, we've seen that they're looking to put an eight metre road up there. So how can that not be a change? We think if this application is approved, that Mr. Fairclough is highly likely to come back with changes again, concomitant to develop it into a storage and distribution site. So what we think is that there'll be intensification of what's planned at the current stage if this is approved. Mr. Fairclough told residents he spent up to £500,000. He said that's not a lot of money, but it certainly is to me. And I think that, and we think that he needs to get an investment, or he wants to get a return on that investment. We just think that he's been on a probationary period, actually, in a way. Yeah, 2 seconds now. 2 seconds now. And that he's not been genuine in what he's been saying so far, and we don't believe that's going to change.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Okay, thank you. Before I invite Christine up, can I just make one observation, please? Can we refrain from making personal comments about any individuals, please? Because I don't think it's got any relevance to the application. So can I invite Christine Fairlong up, please? Christine, you've got 4 minutes when you're ready. We'll only start when you're ready, and press the red button. Thank you.
Good evening. I and other residents believe that this development will cause lasting harm to the green belt and will have material greater impact on the openness. As you know, the term materially greater impact is a subjective term, open to interpretation. We've looked at a number of recent similar cases that have refused a change of use from agricultural to B8 use, and we based our interpretations of openness on these. Firstly, the barns are very large, in fact the largest buildings in Newgate Lane by far. As such, they are a major part of the agricultural profile of Newgate Lane. The barns sit back from the road in the middle of a wide open space, visible from all angles around. They sit in a field that is used to grow crops. There are 2 horse stables on north side and the west side. Until recently, this was a working farm and the barns were used to house cattle. Since the barns were built, only one farmer accessed the buildings, with usually only one vehicle accessing the site at any one time. Agricultural uses are acceptable and expected on agricultural land. In contrast, non-agricultural vehicles and industry in the form of second-hand car business and other types of storage and distribution would bring an incongruous feature into the middle of what remains an agricultural farming area. They would turn a rural field into a busy storage distribution centre. The bulk of non-agricultural vehicles that will be stored outside, along with the movement of lorries and vans, along with whatever bulk is stored in the larger open-sided buildings, will have a materially greater impact on the openness. There are already 2 existing areas of hard standing to be used for outdoor storage and parking of non-agricultural vehicles. The photos we shared show vehicles in situ several days, nights, weeks without moving. This bulk is new and incongruous with the agricultural character and profile surrounding it. Even without the new road alongside the large barn, the impact on the openness using only existing hard standing is significantly enough to refuse this application. The photos and the mock-ups that we provided show what's already happening and planned in terms of intensification and the impact on the openness, and help to explain the further changes to come if permission is given for B8 use. Non-agricultural parked vehicles next to a farm building stand out like a sore thumb. If permission is granted, used cars, trucks and other vehicles, in addition to vehicles servicing the distribution centre, will become a permanent feature. This in itself causes harm to the openness of the green belt and is reason enough to refuse the application. At the last meeting, Chris Selby told councillors that if parking takes place outside these buildings, it does create harm to the openness of the green belt. We argue that outdoor parking has the same materially greater impact on the openness as, for example, the open storage at nearby Duxbury Garden Centre. This application was refused on these grounds. If this application is granted, councillors will be given the green light to permanent and significant material impact on the openness of our green belts. We know this is not the intention of South Ribble Borough Council, and there are both national and local policies that strongly support a full refusal of this application. Councillors, we strongly urge you to refuse this application on the grounds of the harm and material impact that change of use will have on the openness of the green belt. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Christine. And absolutely 4 minutes. Well done. Okay, the next speaker, please. Can we have Richard Calsolo, please? Same for you, Richard. As soon as you're ready, we'll start the clock. 4 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to pose a series of questions for the Planning Committee to consider regarding highway safety and amenity. Just think about what would the average weekly vehicle use be for an industrial site or a storage facility of the size proposed. This is over 2,000 square metres of building floor space alone. How many industrial and storage sites have been approved in greenbelt areas with inappropriate access, such as an unadopted road in a state of disrepair? It is already acknowledged by highways that Green Lane and Newgate Lane are unsuitable for HGVs use, yet the site is already being used by HGVs as already evidenced. So when considering this application, think upon the factors it would have a detrimental impact upon. The risk to highway safety and amenity of other users, the increase of vehicle traffic will have, the change to a designated cycle route, having to point out the increased risk to users of that route. The openness of the green belt will be affected by having a storage site in a residential and agricultural area. And how would an industrial site in the green belt area fit in with a coherent planning strategy or framework within South Ribble? As the site has already been used by HGVs, how would any restrictions imposed be effectively enforced? And I'm not aware of any positives in this application for the local residents who live along Newgate and Green Lane. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. You were 2 minutes, so good. Well done. Right. What I'm going to do now is something which is a positive step. We're going to be bringing in Tom and Stan, two speakers at the same time. We're going to share it, and they're going to share the 4 minutes. So, Tom and Stan, do you want to come up and take your seats, please? Before you start, say your name. We don't want to know which one's Tom and which one's Stan. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stan and I live on Newgate Lane. Our house is diagonally opposite the barns. The two barns are massive. They are a central part of the rural profile of Whitestake. I wonder why you'd want to change a peaceful, beautiful part of South Ribble and change it into something that just doesn't fit. Why would you turn these barns into industrial units? We are used to seeing cars and tractors in them. I know I'm very lucky to live on Newgate Lane and that many young people never get to live in the countryside. I'm here to speak for them too, to ask that places and spaces like this remain open and preserved, which I think is the intention of Greenbelt land. Some young people at my school want to become farmers, and I wonder where they'll be able to do this if we keep taking away our farm buildings. In geography, we visited a traditional working farm and we've studied urban environments, so it seems really clear to me that farms fit in agricultural areas and industry happens in other designated areas, usually close to motorways. away from residential properties and in areas with very good road networks. So for me, the outcome of this application is really clear. It's the wrong fit for rural Whitestake.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tom. I'd like to tell you about my experience of cycling to school on Newgate and Green Lane. I cycle to school and back every day, and I also visit friends on my bike, and they often take that route to come and visit me. When I'm on my bike cycling down Green Lane, quite a few cars and vans come past me on my way to school and back, and they often go fast past me, forcing me onto a high up, slippy grass verge or into deep potholes often filled with mucky water. This makes it very difficult to steer. When this happens, I don't feel very safe on the grass verge as it is very muddy and uneven, and my tyres get stuck on the way off the grass verge. It is supposed to be a designated cycle route, when you expect it to be a bit safer. Do you think allowing more traffic and big lorries down this route will make my journey any safer? Thank you for listening.
Okay, just wait there before you two go. I just would like to say, well done for keeping in time. And that takes a lot of courage, what you two have done tonight. So you need to be congratulated. Okay, well done. Okay, cheers. Well done. Okay, our final objector is Leslie Parkinson, please. Are you ready, Leslie?
Hello, everyone. I'm feeling really proud right now because Stanley's my son, so I'm happy. Neighbours from Whitestake are not opposed to development. There are 6 new houses that have been built on Newgate Lane in the past 2 years alone. Nor are we opposed to the change of use of a building. There's another barn on Newgate Lane that's approved for 2 houses. We didn't object to this. The barn is by the road, on line with existing housing, and new houses have been built in the last year on all 4 sides of it. In contrast, the 2 barn buildings we're discussing today sit in the middle of working agricultural land, highly visible from all angles. They are just 10 years old, only completed in 2016, and they're in high demand from local farmers. We disagree with the planning report's interpretation of local and national policies relating to this application. I sent photos and mock-ups of what the site will look like and the materially greater impact on the green belt. It's worth mentioning that county highways say, and I quote them, "The indicated use outlined does not accord with the submitted plans, with extensive parking and service areas. In short, the applicant is trying to hoodwink councillors. Please consider this application is retrospective in that the new road has been partly laid, both barns are already being used for storage, and long-term outdoor parking is already taking place. The applicant has a clear disregard for planning procedure. The new road he wants to build is 8 metres wide. It runs the full length of the larger building. He says it's for 1 vehicle to use once a week. It's 8 metres wide. It's as wide as Chainhouse Lane. This doesn't add up. The larger barn is little more than a 2-sided structure. It's a half building. Any bulk stored in this barn is fully visible on the north and east sides, creating an ugly profile. This has the same impact on openness as outdoor storage. With planning permission, the applicant can forge ahead with his original plan to replace the buildings with metal cladding and roller shutters on all 4 sides. Imagine the visual impact. Having taken expert advice, we ask that this application is refused on policy grounds, greenbelt, agricultural character, highway safety and highway amenity. Should it go to the planning inspector, we, the neighbours, will respond in full in writing, and we'll include all of the policy breaches we're confident about. Furthermore, we urge you to refuse this application because there's so much detail missing, which could allow the applicant to further please himself. For example, condition 3 is woolly. Nothing more than 3.5 tonnes is vague, with no vehicle descriptors to restrict use to transit vans and pickup trucks, nothing larger. There's nothing to restrict the type of storage, nor external storage on the site, nor the type of external storage, nor external parking on the new track and existing hard standing, nor external alterations to the buildings or changes to structure. Nothing to prevent fencing or other additional construction that would impact on the green belt. No restriction on external lighting or other security measures. Changing the use of an agricultural building that is still very much in demand for farming purposes is, in short, wrong. The applicant has told you and us that he could, without needing any planning permission, rent the 2 barns out to farmers for the storage of farm machinery or to house cattle. We urge the applicant to do this as it's needed by farmers and it's an accepted and expected form of development in Greenbelt. He could start this tomorrow.
You need to wrap up now.
Can you support an applicant who's trying to hoodwink planning officers, the planning committee and neighbours? Does his disingenuity lead you to question the application itself, which, as County Highways have pointed out, it doesn't stand up to scrutiny? Sorry for overrunning and thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Leslie. Cheers. Leslie, just press that button, please. Let's just, oh, it's gone. So, I didn't realise we can do it here. Right, thank you for your contributions. Chris, I just want to bring you back in. Is there anything you picked up there which you need to respond, please?
Just a couple of points. We do have condition 10 recommended. Now that would restrict any form of external lighting. So it would need to be in agreement with the council. They couldn't just put up any form of external lighting. I think it was also mentioned about how there was no conditions restricting fencing and alterations to the building. That anything that would be allowed would be in line with permitted development. So there's no need to impose a condition. There is already permitted development rights that would provide restrictions on what can and cannot be done. Anything beyond permitted development would require an application in itself. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that, Chris. We've got no one registered to speak for the application. So what I'm going to do now is bring in the ward councillor Margaret Smith first, please. Margaret, would you like to come up, please? Thank you. Excuse me. Just thank you. Okay, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. It's a busy night for you, so I'll try my best to be as short as possible. I would firstly like to thank the residents that have come this evening, and as you can see, there's a lot of them have come this evening, and Newgate Lane is not a very long lane, and for their contribution to this debate and their objections to the application. They're clearly passionate about this and they have worked very, very hard over a considerable period of time. House building on Chain House Lane over a period of 18 months, there's been approximately 20 houses built or with planning permission between Pope Lane and the bypass, and also building down Newgate Lane. 6 houses, as been said, and got a barn conversion on its way. Has totally changed the character and openness of this small area. This is a lot to cope with for the residents of a small rural community. Now we are considering this application of changing 2 agricultural barns into a storage and distribution centre, which is located at the end of a narrow lane that turns into a single track with a speed limit of 60 miles an hour. Newgate Lane, I'm sure you know, has for a part of it cars parked outside the terrace properties, which makes it a single lane before you come to the unadopted part of the road just past the garden centre. It has been subjected to constant levels of traffic to the barns, which at this moment in time does not have planning permission for use as storage and distribution. Condition 3 states that there will be nothing over a 3.5 ton vehicle visiting that site. In a period between the 10th of January and the 27th of January, 2 different haulage companies visited that site with twin axle vehicles on 3 occasions. We have proof of this if you wish it. If they were needed on 3 separate occasions in 1 month, why will they not be required after this planning permission is granted? You have to ask yourself. It has been mentioned that this track is used by members of the public for a stroll, dog walkers, horse riders and children, as has been said, going to school on their bikes. It is also recognised as a cycle route, a designated cycle route by this council. The road down there, down Green Lane, is nothing short of a disgrace. It is full of potholes. It's a very narrow lane with ditches on both sides of Newgate Lane, and it's totally unsuitable for conducting a commercial operation on this lane. Allowing this change to take place will, in my opinion, endanger the general public. I feel that the harm will be caused to the environment and the loss of the highway amenity, and I would request that you refuse this application on those grounds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Okay, the next councillor is the adjacent ward councillor, Councillor Michael Green. For 4 minutes, Michael, when you're ready.
Evening, Chairman. Evening, fellow councillors. Just wanted to make a few points, but before doing so, can I thank all the residents for speaking and speaking so well this evening? I won't name each of them in turn, but in particular to Stan and Tom, who spoke really well as young people. It's nice to see. Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, this development is completely inappropriate for a number of reasons. Previous speakers and Councillor Margaret Smith has touched on this. I'm concerned about the impact on the environment. I'm concerned about the safety of a designated cycling route. And we are all about encouraging people of all ages to get out and about for the good of their health and well-being. And cycling is a key part of that. So we should be protecting that and making sure it's safe. I also wanted to touch on the condition 3, which is being proposed here, for a weight restriction of 3.5 tonnes. And I'm just curious if this is approved with that condition attached tonight as to how South Ribble Borough Council would actually enforce that condition and what strain that will put upon South Ribble, because inevitably, if it's breached, and it appears that it will be breached, residents will be contacting the council on a regular basis to seek enforcement action. And we know that that can be difficult, timely and costly to actually enforce. But turning to a couple of points in particular, I'm concerned about the industrialisation of what is a beautiful rural area in the Greenbelt in the heart of South Ribble. And turning to a couple of points, I note the response from County Highways, but I don't think that takes into account the impact, not just upon safety, but the impact upon the amenity of residents in the area of the changes. And I think that in itself could be grounds for refusal. But I then want to go on to the Greenbelt issues, which have been referred to particularly by Mrs. Furlong earlier. So whilst existing buildings may well be allowed within the Greenbelt under policy G2 of our local plan, paragraph C requires that this would only be if the development would not result in an adverse impact in respect of noise, odours, emissions or traffic. I think clearly that is not the case. And therefore, this development, in my view, constitutes inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. The National Planning Policy for it. Sorry, is this microphone going on and off a bit? Apologies. The National Planning Policy Framework, Mr. Chairman, advises in paragraphs 147 and 148 that inappropriate development is, by definition, harmful to the Greenbelt and should not be approved except for in very special circumstances. The National Policy Planning Framework, NPPF, requires all planning authorities to ensure that substantial weight is given to any harm whatsoever to the Greenbelt. and I therefore submit respectfully that this application should be rejected this evening for this ground and for the other grounds which I have mentioned, and indeed residents have done so. I would urge all members of the committee to take this seriously and refuse this application on this occasion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I'm within time, so thanks for that. Chris, have you got any comments before I bring in the applicant, please?
No, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that. Can we bring the applicant in, please? Is it Steve? Or is it, oh, you're speaking instead, okay. Okay, Chris, 4 minutes, please. Put your mic on.
Sorry, before I start, could I just ask if could the original aerial photograph of the site be?
Yeah, go on.
Be
Yes,
put
if
on
that's
the board,
okay,
please?
yeah. Just-
Sorry.
No, it's okay, it's fine. Is that okay?
I was looking for the actual aerial photograph, the one before that. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, right, 4 minutes, Chris, where you go?
Okay. Good evening, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you very much. You have in front of you a comprehensive officer's report, which residents have tried to pull apart and disagree with. I stand by that officer's report because it's the correct interpretation of national and local policies. I'd like to focus on a couple of points. We met the residents with the officers, and it lasted for 2 hours, that's correct. And it was clear to us during that meeting that the objectors were not looking for concessions from us. There was not going to be an agreement in the middle. They simply do not want this proposal to go ahead, and you've heard that tonight. How do we know that? Well, during the meeting, I asked a question. I put it back to the objectors, whether they would object to an application if we were to had applied for a B1 light industrial use. So that's a use that's acceptable in residential areas. Or alternatively, had we applied to convert the buildings to residential use under Class Q of the General Permitted Development Order. The answer we received was that they did not want any non-agricultural or stroke commercial use of the site. And you've heard that again tonight, how many residents have said this is an agricultural site, it should remain agricultural. But that's not on the table. It's not a beauty contest. Planning has never been about a beauty contest between one use is better than the other. It is about the land use and whether this use is acceptable. You will see from that photograph that that site is not immediately adjacent to any residential properties. This is not somebody looking across the road. This is not somebody cheek by jowl on either side of the site. You will also notice that this red edge around the application site is drawn very tightly around the site and its existing hard surfaces which service the site. There's been thoughts of this being an industrial warehouse section and that it's going to expand. It can't. Nor can some of the things that have been put to you tonight about intensification and disingenuous and phrases like that have been thrown out by the residents about the intentions of the applicant. Any of those applications for development, whether it's cladding, requires planning permission because it's development and it requires a permission from the appropriate authority. New hard surfacing, lighting, all the things that the residents are saying, this is just the thin end of the wedge. All of those things require a permission and you have that control. So this isn't in front of you today. None of those things are in front of you today. It's a simple use of two buildings with access using existing hard standings. We've taken out the other road, the road that they wanted, that everybody has gone on about, this 8-metre wide road. We've taken that out. We've accepted that we are not going to expand the hard standings. So I put it to you, members, that actually this does accord. This is not inappropriate development because paragraph 150D allows for the reuse of existing buildings. The other issues, traffic, noise, odour, don't make it inappropriate development per se, but they are other considerations for you tonight. That is the correct interpretation. So it is not inappropriate development, and your officers are telling you that in their report. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you for that, Chris, in time too. Thanks for that. Okay, that's everyone's contributions. So thanks everyone who's contributed there. I'm going to bring it into committee now, please. So who's first up? Councillor Mary Green, then Councillor Phil Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I've just listened to the applicant, and unfortunately, it does matter what happens in the Green Belt. The Green Belt is sacrosanct, it's Green Belt. And using that Green Belt, those buildings are supposed to be for agricultural use only. They're now not being or going to be used for agricultural use if this application goes through. The storage of cars and cardboard boxes are not agricultural. And this is the same details of usage as it was on the first application we had last time. So there's nothing changed there. Cars are still going to be stored there. Cardboard boxes are still going to be stored there. And I deem that it is inappropriate use in the Green Belt. As has been stated by the councillors, Newgate Lane at the beginning, the small cottages, they have no drives. The cars have to park in front of the cottages. So it takes Newgate Lane down to a single road. Imagine if there's lorries going through, which is said there's going to be a pickup truck coming and picking the cars up, obviously to take them wherever they're going to be sold or whatever they're doing with them. 8 or 10 cars are going to be stored there. So that truck's going to be coming down to pick those cars up. The boxes are going onto a wagon, be it not every day, but when it comes in the report, it says it's coming between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. We've just heard that they've agreed not to have any movement of traffic in school hours. Well, 8 and 5 clashes with school hours at the start and the end of the day. Besides which, all day there's dog walkers, pedestrians going for a walk, which are going to impact with this traffic. And it's not safe down there for lorries and people walking. So, you know, I consider this application is still not suitable. It's inappropriate use of the Green Belt, and I will propose refusal. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Phil Smith, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. There are quite a lot of issues, I think, with this particular application, and some of the conditions, I think, particularly, I think it's condition 7, or no, it's not condition 7, but it's about being able to control the vehicle movement, and that's what county councils say, that if you can control the vehicle movements, it may be acceptable. Well, that's almost an impossibility to control the vehicle movements. That's already been proven. This is very different. This is not a farmer trying to diversify the business. It is a long way from that, and therefore I believe some of the planning conditions would not apply. I'm going to second Councillor Green's proposal for several reasons. The impact on residential amenity is one. The highway safety and amenity is 2. And the material impact on the openness of Greenbelt is the 3rd issue. There might be more from other members, I don't know, but there are 3 strong reasons for the impact on this particular application. A lot of the planning laws are open people's views. And certainly my view is that the impact on the green belt is a material consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Do we have anyone else? Any of the councillors? Councillor Molyneux, Councillor Esketh, I'll take next, and then I'll come over to Councillor Sharple. So, Councillor Molyneux, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I also agree it's the protection of the green belt that this borough wants to do and needs to do whenever it can. And this is a prime example of being able to protect that. I do think this is going to be detrimental to the openness of the green belt. I know one or two people have said other things about it, but I too this evening will be voting for refusal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Molyneux. I'm going to go to Councillor Hesketh next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If my memory serves me right, and I'm sure it has, that a few weeks ago, seemed rather strange that we put an enforcement notice on someone who was doing business in South Ribble and had been doing for a number of years. It was in an agricultural building that he was working from, and yet here we are turning it the other way around and letting someone run a business from an agricultural building. So in my frame of mind, Mr. Chairman, I think we've got things a little bit upside down. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. John, Councillor Colin Sharples, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else?
I'm disappointed to learn that having deferred this last time and the various parties have got together, that they couldn't come to some reasonable agreement and find a better solution. What we're left with is what the planning department have given us. And reading through it, green belt, they've decided it doesn't affect the green belt. The highways issues, it says they've been resolved, or we don't have, personally, I don't think we have any choice but to approve it. I mean, if the party we've given the chance to defer and get together, we're left with this, and I think I'll go for approval.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Do we have anyone else wishes to speak? Any members? No. Okay, just give us a minute while we get... Oh, Councillor Adams, please.
Yeah, I think, again, the comments made, I do tend to agree with on the whole. I think Councillor Sharples makes a good point in terms of how we can possibly overturn this. And I do worry if this is refused, just like the previous application, and this goes to the planning inspectorate, that the residents would lose a lot of the conditions which are actually in the report. So while I have sympathy with the residents, I actually think approving this will actually give them greater powers because of the conditions which have been attached to it. So I'll second Councillor Sharple's approval. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Adams, thank you. We got no one else. No, so just bear with me while I get a little bit of guidance here off Taz. Okay, thanks everyone. Sorry about the delay. I'm just going to bring Taz in now just to clarify a couple of bits. Thank you, Taz.
Thank you, Chair. So we've had a proposal for refusal, and that was brought by Councillor Green and seconded by Councillor Smith. And we've also had a proposal for approval, which was proposed by Councillor Sharples, seconded by Councillor Adams. Now, in the circumstance, we'd go for the amendment first, which is refusal. And can I just confirm the actual reasons for refusal? So I've written down here impact on the residential amenity, highway safety grounds, and material impact on the openness of the green belt contrary to policy G2 in the local plan and NPPF. So that's what you're voting on. Okay.
Yeah, it was highway safety and amenity.
And amenity. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Smith. So if members could actually vote for whether they want to refuse or not.
I don't hear what she says whatsoever.
This is for refusal. So. Yep, there you go.
Thank you, Chair. So the committee have decided to refuse the application on the grounds I've already outlined initially before the members voted in respect of the storage unit at storage building at Newgate Lane, with the change of use from agricultural storage barns to non-agricultural storage BH use class, together with the formation of area of hard standing part retrospective. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, everyone, we're just going to have a very small comfort break and then we're going to resume with Councillor Donoghue as Chair. Thank you.
Okay, people, can we all take our seats again now, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Right, we're going to start again now, and it's item 8, and it's Debbie Roberts to present, please.
Thank you, Chair. Right, number 2 to 4 Spinner Square is a part 2-storey, part single-storey end terrace off Station Road in Bamber Bridge. It's the centre of a mixed-use residential and commercial area. The rest of the terrace of Spinner Square is residential, and it's accessed by an access road between the site and Bargain Booze, which is in the north. There are former garden areas, which I'll show you in a second, which are screened by an existing wall and fence and used as a private bin cum cellar store. And there's an area hard standing at the front, which extends directly onto the public highway. Bamber Bridge District Centre is about 500 metres, roughly about here on the screen, if you can see that. Okay, this is the property in question. So we've got a forecourt and we've got a private bin store. Okay, the proposal is for a change of use from a cafe bistro, where the main focus is the service of food with ancillary drink service, to a drinking establishment. So that focus is reversed. The food service will be ancillary. Until 2017, this was a tackle shop, a fishing tackle shop. It was empty and it's been refurbished since. But in 2019, the applicant gained prior approval for a temporary 3-year permission as a cafe bistro. Prior approval isn't planning permission. It's certification subject to certain caveats and certain restrictions that permission isn't needed. As such, there are no conditions imposed and there is no control via the planning system possible. At the end of a prior approval, technically, the site reverts back to its lawful use, which in this case is Class E retail. And that should have happened in September 2022. But in the meantime, the use classes order, the legislation behind the uses classes order changed, and it combined a lot of uses into one. Retail and what was an A3 cafe bistro are now all within the same E-class, and there is transferability between those uses. So regardless of the decision on this permission tonight, this building can remain as a cafe bistro with drink service as an ancillary function. And we need you to bear that in mind when you're making that decision. Okay, the applicant wants a drinking establishment, which is a sui generis use class and needs permission. But if it's approved, we will have some control. We've got the recommended conditions, which we then, if needs be, hopefully we don't have to, can enforce. At the moment, there are no conditions and no possible enforcement other than the premises licence, which is a completely separate regime. Okay. And we've got another photo. The top one is the access way to residential on Spinner Square. You can see the blue coins on this building. That's the applicant's site. And the one on the left-hand side is Bargain Booze. And this one's just a zoomed out shot, so you get the gist of this is the applicant's property and this is the access. The hardstanding forecourt is just beyond this front bit. Okay, we've had 4 letters of representation, 2 objecting and 2 support. And overall, having regard to the fallback position that the premises is likely to continue as a bistro, but with less control, we'd recommend approval with conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation, Debbie. Now it's saying there's no objectors, and there's no supporters, and no applicant or agents. Councillor Hesketh.
Mr. Chairman, this application is very little different than the original one of the original unit. The only thing being there are a few more conditions on it, which in actual fact I would think it would keep things under control more. And I will certainly go along with the approval, Mr. Chairman.
Right, thank you for that. Anybody else? Councillor Molyneux, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Hesketh said what I was thinking really. We've got a tighter control over this than we had before, and I think that's a good thing. And I would second Councillor Hesketh's approval.
Right, we have Councillor Adams next. You on? No. Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's a question to Debbie, please, the officer. So just so I could just get it clear. So it's an existing, it's got an existing license, but it's a bistro, which means it can serve drink but with food. And the application is for it to be just drinking without food. Is that correct?
Slightly different. The license is a premises license for alcohol service, whether it's a cafe, bistro, drinking establishment. It has prior approval, which is sort of a certification that planning permission isn't needed from us, that it can be a cafe, bistro. But because it's that certification, we can't impose conditions. So he has that approval and he can carry on using it as a cafe, bistro, but there are no conditions other than the premises license, which we can't, through the planning system, enforce. So we can't impose, we haven't imposed times or hours of use or any of the other stuff that's on this report because we can't do that on a prior approval. Thank you.
Shirley, just I won't take anyone's time up because I know it's late. So why has this come to committee? Can I ask the question why this doesn't look like it's an item that's come to committee, but I'm just asking, does anyone know why?
All drinking establishments come to committee. It's on the constitution. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that, Councillor Flannery. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I'm a bit reluctant with this one, to be honest, because like members have already stated, I think if we don't approve this tonight, then we don't actually have, we have less power in terms of how we move forward. So I do think this impacts particularly people in the immediate vicinity of this establishment quite severely. But again, because of what's in place previously that's been agreed from the council, I think we're kind of backed into a corner here to kind of support the recommendation to try and make sure that we've got as many conditions on this as possible to support local residents. So yeah, I'll reluctantly support it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Adams. Councillor Watson, and then Councillor.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I'm going to go along with approval on this, and again, my reasoning for that, it generally feels to me very much like a number of other similar applications we've had along the road in Bamber Bridge, Station Road in Bamber Bridge, or in Penwitham and so on, where we've obviously been supporting a lot of these smaller businesses and establishments with similar ability to continue operating. So I don't really see it as any significantly different to those kind of applications that we've been approving recently. So I'll be going along with approval.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Sharples.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah. I was just going to ask Debbie, 7.3.1, it talks about the noise mitigation. And it doesn't seem, reading that there's any evidence that he's done any. But if we've approved, we can make it so that we can look at that and he has to mitigate that noise risk. Because I believe, personally, that there'll be more noise if that's just a drinking establishment than it would have been as a bistro. And that's the only thing that worries me. But our hands are tied, I think. I don't think we have absolutely any choice at all because we'd have no control. So, thank you.
Right, thanks for that, Councillor Sharples. Anybody else? Councillor Hunter.
Yeah, I just reiterate what Councillor Sharples has said and Councillor Flannery. It's not very nice because there is a house attached to this that has young children. Basically, it's going to be 4 hours extra a day. At the moment, I think they're closed Mondays and Tuesdays, whereas it's going to be open all the way through bank holidays. And I think for that family, it's going to be a nightmare. But as you said, we've only got some control if we put it through. So as much as I don't like it, I think I've got to go with the fact that we've got some control over it. What does baffle me is the noise litigation. The last time it was done was 2010, was it? And it was a tackle shop. 2000, yeah, and it was a tackle shop. Why hasn't something been done since? So that's the only question I'd ask.
Right, thank you for that. Debbie.
Through you, Chair. On earlier permission, the earlier applications, we suggested a condition for noise mitigation measures. They were refused, and this has gone through a different route, which we can't control. The premises licence also required noise mitigation. And whilst the applicant says that that has been done, because it's not come through the planning system, we have no proof. So condition 13 on this is a pre-commencement condition that requires noise mitigation to either to be done or to be proven to be done effectively. And that's part of the premises licence as well. It might be that it's all been done, everything's fine and dandy, but we have no written proof of that. And that's all we need if they have. If not, the work has to be done.
Thanks for that, Debbie. Yes,
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Flann.
Thanks, Chair. Just picking up on a couple of little bits what people have said and what's unfolding here. So just to be clear, that the question originally I asked is, so all licenses, drinking license, have to come to committee. So what we said is this already has a license, but because this is a different type of license, that's correct, isn't it?
The premises licence is via the licensing committee. It's the alcohol licence. We haven't given them a licence in planning. We've given them prior approval. And they're seeking planning permission. Premises licence and planning permission, completely separate regimes, but the stricter of the two is the enforceable. So they have got a premises licence, and we've tied the conditions on this proposal to that premises licence.
Okay, so my question is, it's what Councillor Hunter said before. So could you just explain they went another way? Because the noise issue doesn't seem to be addressed here, because you've just said they went another way. What does that mean, please?
The premises licence required that noise mitigation work was put in place as part of the licensing, the premises licence. That's nothing to do with planning. That's a completely different regime, different discipline, and it was up to the licensing team to make sure that that happened. Because the applicant applied for a prior approval, which is not planning permission, it's confirmation that planning permission isn't needed. It's a different thing altogether. It's like us confirming that it's permitted development, that it can happen without planning permission. Because they went through the planning system through that route, they now seek, they're after planning permission for a full use as a drinking establishment. But that's regardless of the premises licence, which is totally, completely independent of this. They have that. Everything's in place in that, and I've checked it. And they have permission to use the premises as a cafe bistro. What they want is permission to use it as a full-blown drinking establishment, which needs planning permission, can't be prior approval.
Right, does that answer your question, councillor Sonnery?
Not really, because it's been a great answer, but I don't understand. I'm struggling really. It appears to me that it's been, some things happened here which seems to have gone through the system, which is not direct in terms of, it's evolved, this application, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are two systems, two completely independent systems. One is absolutely spot on. The other, our system, is spot on for what they currently use it for, but not for what they want to use it for. And we're looking at the change to a drinking establishment. I can't make it any clearer. I don't know how to explain it any different. But there's nothing wrong, honestly.
Right. Thanks for that, Debbie. I think John wants to come in now, so.
If it could help, Chair, I think simplest answer is effectively is that the government some years ago made changes to the GDPR where they allowed for certain changes of use for temporary time periods without the need for planning permission. Effectively, then they subsequently changed again, so those uses that were previously implemented under a temporary planning permission could then continue indefinitely for that particular use. So effectively, we've got a use that was uncontrolled, but is lawful as a result of the changes to the GDPR. Now we have a situation where the applicants wish to change the use again from the sort of bistro, which was allowed by that change to the GDPR, to a use which would require planning permission. The beauty of this is that in the previous use, which was permitted, we had no control in terms of, we were unable to put conditions on relating to the use of the site. However, because of this full planning application for change of use, we can now impose conditions that gives the council control that it doesn't currently have.
Councillor Phil Smith.
Yeah. The good news is, or the news is, if it ever goes to licensing, they'll be just as confused with the planning side. Thank you.
Right, is anybody else wanting to speak now? No? Right, so it seems like we're minded for approval here, I think, but if anybody else has got anything now? No? Okay, we go to the vote then. I also want to approve it, by the way, so. Right, sounds good news.
Thank you, Chair. So committee have decided to approve with conditions the change of use from cafe bistro to drinking establishment in respect of 2 to 4 Spinners Square. Thank you.
Right, thanks for that, Chaz. Now we come on to item 9, which is land west of Lancashire Business Park, Farrington, reserved matter for 2 buildings. And I'd like to invite Janice to present the item, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Right, so this is a reserved matters application, relates to phase 2 of the development of the allocated employment site F, known as land west of Lancashire Business Park.
Excuse me, you haven't been invited yet? You haven't been invited to speak yet? No, Janice is presenting this. Right, carry on. Carry on, Janice, sorry about that.
So, yeah, outline planning permission was granted in May 2021 for up to 56,904 square metres of light industrial, general industrial, storage and distribution and ancillary office floor space, together with the means of access. This was then followed by the reserve matters approval in April 2022 for phase 1, which was a single building with ancillary office space. Phase 2 now proposes 2 further buildings, also with ancillary office space and associated works, together with updates to the landscaping for the wider site. So this is the site layout plan. It shows the location of the 2 units, Unit 2 and Unit 3. And then the area in blue at the end relates to a full planning application, which I'll report on later. So access is off Centurion Way via a roundabout junction, and this is a view taken from Centurion Way just before the entrance to Lancashire Business Park. And then the access is there in going into the site. So Unit 2 will measure 57.5 metres by 52.5 with a double pitched roof over with a ridge height of 12.8 metres and an eaves height of 11.5. So the front elevation facing the access road will be a 2-storey height glazed office accommodation block. Unit 3 will measure 79.5 by 48.5 metres, again with a double pitched roof over with ridge height of 12.8 and eaves height of 11.5. Once again, it will have a 2-storey scale glazed office accommodation facing the access road. So both units will be finished in vertical profile cladding in anthracite and Merlin grey, and the roof will be in goosewing grey. So to the south is a recently constructed residential development off Grasmere Avenue. So this development was an enabling development to help bring the employment site forward and has been designed with reference to future development of the employment site in terms of its positioning of properties. The new properties mainly have their side elevations facing the site, as this photograph demonstrates. There are 4 properties that face towards the site, but further towards the east are not affected by this reserve matters application, and this will be discussed more in the next presentation. So in terms of residential amenity, there is the potential for noise disturbance due to the service yard to Unit 2 being to the west of the building. However, this is mitigated by a 4-metre high acoustic fence to the southwestern corner of the site, and Condition 3 has been included to ensure that development is carried out in accordance with the submitted noise impact assessment and the mitigation measures within that document. And Environmental Health have considered the document and have no objections. So in terms of lighting, these images show the extent of the lighting. You can see it's just immediately around the buildings. This is perhaps not very clear, but it's the lighting contour plan, which demonstrates lighting will not travel beyond the site boundaries and therefore won't affect neighbouring properties. So you can't see very well on this, but these are all 0, whereas the lighting figures right adjacent to where the lights are higher. So in terms of overlooking, there's no windows in the rear elevations of the units facing towards the residential properties. In terms of loss of light and overshadowing, the proposed units lie to the north of the residential properties, so this will not be an issue. Additionally, a daylight/sunlight assessment has been submitted, which follows the BRE guidance, that's British Research Establishment Guidance. So this is an image from that document, and it demonstrates that the development will subtend a 25-degree angle measured at the centre point of the lowest window to the closest residential property on Grasmere Avenue. The proposal will not, therefore, impact on the daylight received to this or any of the other surrounding properties. As per the Reserve Matters application for Phase 1, impacts to the reception of digital terrestrial television, FM, DAB and digital satellite television services have all been assessed with the submitted report recommending a number of mitigation measures, and this is also conditioned. So this reserve matters also proposes some changes to the landscaping scheme that was approved as part of the phase 1 permission but included the whole site and the land surrounding phase 2. So the updated landscaping plans include 13 additional species and in the proposed tree planting. But to accommodate the screening, some trees will be relocated to allow appropriate space between. The revised landscaping and ecological enhancements will still be managed as detailed within landscaping and ecology management plan that was required under condition 3 of the phase 1 reserve matters approval. The proposed amendments are considered a betterment of the landscaping, and Greater Manchester Ecology Unit have no objections, though they did require some of the proposed species, to be removed from the planting scheme, and this has been done in respect of this phase 2 development. So just one update. I outlined in my report that the employment and training skills plan that had been submitted, we consulted on that. It was C-STEP, but they didn't reply. So I passed that to our own training and skills officer within the council. And since the report was written, they've considered it and confirmed that they're happy with the content and made some recommendations which have been forwarded to the applicant. Otherwise, they're happy with it. So in summary, it's considered that the proposal for phase 2 of the development of this allocated employment site is acceptable and meets the relevant planning policies. So the application is recommended for approval with the imposition of conditions and with reference to those already imposed on the outline approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Janice. Just to clear up something, is this for both items?
No, that was just for item 9. Would you like me to continue with the presentation for item 10? Yeah.
No, because we've got Michael Scott here who wants to object against it, so I'll have to bring him in now. Will we have Michael Scott, please? Just to remind you, you've got 4 minutes.
Okay, I'm Michael Scott. I live at Bisping Avenue, and I was here for the proposal of phase 1. I know this is an amendment to that, but I'd like to just go through a few things about lessons learned. You all passed this once before for the first phase of the planning for phase 1, and it's all gone wrong, really. I've listened to Janice's speech last time for phase 1, and we got told the planning, the landscaping, it's all good. I've got some pictures here. If I can just give you one each, so you can pass them around. Just to show you.
No, we can't have photographs, sorry.
Well,
Through you, Chair, no, they can't be submitted.
Well, all it is, we've sat here before and we've listened to Janice saying, you're prepared to pass this because you think the landscaping is fine. I've got photos here to prove that it's not. The levels are all different on phase 1, and it means we're 7 metres different. So I don't want anything to happen to the people who live near phase 2 until we've got all this sorted out. So, could I just pass you these? You'll get the gist of it if you just have a quick look.
No, sorry, we can't accept photographs. No, it's not allowed.
Well, so we got told that the landscaping will be suitable for the residents. It won't be overbearing. So that's just one picture.
Can you just stick to your presentation? And
Yeah. Well, I was hoping that was part of it because we only found out a few days ago. So basically, we got told that all the landscaping will be sufficient. It's not. We've got windows overlooking our gardens. The elevations were built up 7 metres. And you people have been misinformed. I don't personally
Through you, Chair, excuse me, please can you remain quiet?
I don't think Janice is being openly honest, or whether you're misleading or not. You told us everything will be fine with the landscaping. You've built up to the bund at the top of the landscaping. So we've lost 4 metres straight away. So when you say a building is 15 metres...
Through you, Chair, please can you stop making comments about officers
Okay.
like that? So
Yeah.
just stick to your presentation, please.
This is all to do with it. So basically, the moral of the story is, phase 1 is exactly like this. We've been told the landscaping is sufficient. You're being told the landscaping is going to be sufficient. From our side, we can tell you it's not. And I don't want the people on phase 2 to go through the same horrors that we've gone through. And all it is getting the right information to you. That isn't enough for these people to be screened. You're changing the street scene, the privacy, overbearing, all the things in your local plan you're not bothered about. You can get the only thing we've been told is for the greater good. If you come down to our street now, it's not for the greater good. And it'll be the same for the residents on phase 2, which this is for. And I feel I've got to come here and put my points across. It's just not good enough. Just because you've got an industrial estate, you can't keep extending it at full height. At some point, it's got to taper off to the residents and match into the street scene. But there's nothing there for this. These people are going to be looking at these pictures. They're going to be here looking at this. So you're going to be saying, I'll plant trees. You can't screen this. It's too big for that area. It's too big to be against residents. It's all about lessons learned and benefit realisation. That can't happen again. It shouldn't happen again. And if it does, there's something wrong with the system. We all pay our taxes, we all pay our council tax, and we don't get nothing.
So if that was just of your objection now, then?
Well, this is to do with the updated landscaping. We haven't finished updating the landscaping on phase 1, so why would you go into phase 2?
You're coming to your 4 minutes now.
Okay, but I'll just get my points across. I'd like to get phase 1 sorted before you give people the stress.
Right, well, I need to put you down now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I pass these round at the end?
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, we don't have any supporter. Right, so we've got 2 ward members now, and we're going to start with Karen Walton, please. Or should have said Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the residents for coming here tonight. And thank you, Janice, for, again, a complete report. I'm Councillor Karen Walton, and I've spoken at this planning committee on previous occasions concerning the whole site in the Farrington West Ward and the development of in the Lancashire Business Park. Here we are tonight to discuss phase 2 of the whole site, but as residents have said, there is an issue with the landscaping. I support proposals to develop areas in the borough to provide employment and good job opportunities for the residents of South Ribble, especially in bringing forward brownfield and previously contaminated sites within the borough following the South Ribble Local Plan E1 for appropriate area and of appropriate design. This brownfield site has been allocated for development in the 2000 and 2015 local plan, outline approval for the 2 buildings in the phase 2 of the overall development of this E1 site of the Farrington Hall Estate has been previously approved, including landscaping and ecology aspects of the whole site. The siting and design of the 2 buildings has to meet the South Ribble's local plan G17, and I quote, design of a new building will be expected to take account of the character and appearance of the local area, including siting, layout design, material proposals, and does not have a detrimental impact on existing buildings, neighbouring buildings or street scenes by virtue of its design, height, scale, orientation, proximity, and the development should not cause harm to neighbouring properties by leading to undue overlooking, overshadowing, or have an overbearing effect. Clearly, in my opinion, phase 1 of this development has caused significant harm to the neighbouring properties, leading to undue overlooking, overshadowing, and then having an overbearing effect for the residents of the area around Bispham Avenue and Riverside Avenue. My concerns are with rigorously enforcing the recommendations of the report tonight to ensure that the local residential properties are not impacted by noise, light, including light spillage into the biodiversity sensitive areas, flooding, and the TV and radio, satellite and mobile reception coverage are not affected by the construction of the building. I support and welcome the updated landscaping and ecological enhancement to include additional planting of the trees of different species and the location of some of them to improve the overall appearance of the site, but request that some of the landscaping or most of the landscaping of the site could take place before the construction of the buildings is started. And so if this development is approved tonight. The developers have consulted with local residents to the properties of the south of the proposed development, and as far as I'm aware, they adjusted the plans so that the car parking and the access to the development will be built facing away from the residents and onto Centurion Way. Finally, my biggest concern is with the lack of infrastructure improvements to the surrounding roads in the area. The dualling of the A582 is crucial for the future of any further developments in the area of this site and needs to be completed before any further building developments have taken place within this area of the borough. The expected increase of the volume of traffic from both phase 1 and phase 2 of the project.
Thank you, Councillor Walton.
Of the proposed development will likely to have an impact on the air quality and road infrastructure. And Lancashire Highways have no objections, but the surrounding roads are at a standstill already. Okay, if this application is approved tonight, I hope my concerns will be considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Right, now before we carry on, just Janice wants to come back in. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to bring John in first. And then.
Thank you, Chair. Janice will come back in and answer some of the points that have been made. I think for my part, I need to pick up on the suggestion that Janice deliberately misled committee members in relation to the past application. Officers do not deliberately mislead members. They set out the facts, they set out their professional judgment, and they make a recommendation. It's for the committee then to make that decision as to whether planning permission should be granted. But it's clearly wrong to suggest that an officer has deliberately misled the planning committee. As I say, a lot of these judgments in terms of impact of development on amenities, etc., are subjective judgments, and the officer makes their very best endeavours to give their professional views on how they perceive the impact of the development on neighbouring people.
Right, thanks for that, John. Now, before I bring Councillor Michael Green in, do you want to come back, Janice?
Yeah, just in terms of the landscaping, particularly to the phase 1, that hasn't yet been carried out, so we don't know what that landscaping will look like. There's a condition on that permission that the landscaping be carried out in the first planting season following completion of development. So that hasn't yet been done. In terms of the landscaping to phase 2 and the alterations, that is to enhance the landscaping to the boundary with those residential properties, the new estate. Councillor Walton was talking about light spillage into the biodiversity area. The GMEU have actually asked for a new contour plan because they felt there was parts of the the contours were missing immediately next to the.
Sorry, Janice. Through you, Chair. Please, could you just ask that the people behind us, I appreciate the passionate, but it's very difficult for us on committee to hear what's being said when I've got a wall of noise behind. So it's just it's important we can hear this information.
Yeah. Could I ask members of the public to be quiet, please, while people are speaking?
Slight spillage into the biodiversity area. Like I said, the contour plan did have some areas missed. We've asked for that plan and there's a condition. Also, because this is the reserved matters for phase 2, there's a number of conditions that were imposed on the outline approval that need to be addressed. And I've tried to mention those in my report where they have to be still discharged or where they, they're already covered by conditions. You mentioned about having the landscaping before construction of the building. That's not always possible because obviously trees will get damaged. That's usually towards the end. But I can certainly ask the applicant that question. Talked about the infrastructure improvements. This part of the site, as I mentioned, will be accessed off Centurion Way. The new access road that's off the mini roundabout that also is used to access the Lancashire Business Park. I don't know what particular infrastructure improvements you'd want to see in that area, but that'd be something for Lancashire County Council. And as mentioned in my report, there's no objection from them. So, sorry, I didn't pick up on any other points. All right, thank you.
Right, thank you for that, Janice. Right, Councillor Michael Green, would you like to come up, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for allowing me to speak on this application. This is an employment site. I believe it was used as a landfill site previously. It's been included in South Fibble's local plan for best part of a quarter of a century. And therefore it's right and proper that it comes forward as an employment site, and I support the job that will create for the benefit of the residents of Farrington, Farrington Moss and the wider South Fibble. Those are the real positives. However, the site is adjacent to neighbouring properties, as indeed phase 1 was. And I think there clearly is a need to take on board the concerns of residents in those areas and make sure we build the best possible site that we can build on that basis. Just comment briefly on the access, because I know we're not considering access this evening at all. But personally, I think the access, the vehicles should be going via the employment site rather than via other residential areas. But that's just a personal comment regarding that. I can understand the concerns of residents regarding phase 1. Again, we're not here to discuss that this evening. I don't accept any of the criticisms that were made of the officer, but I do understand where the frustration arises. Because that application came forward, a number of improvements were achieved by councillors, and in particular Councillor Karen Walton, speaking to developers, officers, etc., to achieve some significant improvements to the original plans. And it came back to this committee, and our officers recommended approval, and the members of the committee accepted approval. And I don't point the finger of blame at anyone at all, but I think there are some lessons that maybe we can learn on the system if we look. And Mr. Scott was trying to show you photos. I know the photos he was trying to show you, but just go and have a look down Croston Road, Bispam Avenue, and have a look at the scale of the building and how that is overbearing upon residential properties. That's a lesson that we all have to learn. It's not pointing a finger of blame, but we need to learn moving forwards if we want to be true to our motto on that crest above your head, Mr. Chairman, progress with humanity. The humanity of residents needs to be considered. But turning specifically to this application now and how we can improve this moving forwards, I'm just wondering if councillors and the officer can address the points of screening. I take on board the point which Janice Crook has made this evening regarding screening, but can we make sure that adequate screening is in place to protect residents from the worst impacts of traffic, lights, noise, etc., and we make sure that that screening is in the form of mature trees, so we offer the maximum protection we can moving forwards and learn from some of the issues that we've had in the past, but I accept that that's not the case with screening yet because that hasn't been put in. But let's do the best we can to protect residents while seeing an employment site going forwards and creating employment in the borough. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for that, Michael. Do you want to come back in, Janice, before I bring the agents in? No. Have we got Mark Saunders here? I'll just remind you, you've got 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposals on behalf of CADIC this evening. I appreciate it's been a long night for everyone, and I just wanted to reaffirm a few points of the officer's report for everyone's benefit. Work has been ongoing on the site for a number of years, with the outline consent being secured in 2021 and phase 1 being approved April last year. CADIC are committed to delivering the site as evidenced through the construction of phase 1, and it's well underway and a Lancashire-based occupier now secured. We've heard a lot this evening about concerns in relation to landscaping on phase 1, and we wanted to reiterate that the full scheme hasn't been implemented yet, purely to ensure trees aren't damaged in construction, because CADIC aren't indemnified against those from the landscape contractor, and also due to the seasonal restrictions on planting. The full landscaping scheme will be complete before the end of April and will effectively screen the unit in question. This Reserve Matters application forms one of 2 proposals in front of you tonight, which together form phase 2 of your allocation. The split in applications is due to the second Reserve Matters maximising the quantum of floor space under the outline. Given the allocation accounts for a very significant portion of the borough's employment supply, the 2 applications together will allow the full utilisation of the site area and maximise the benefits for the borough. The principle of development is accepted and widely scrutinised historically through the outline consent and allocation, and a lot of details have been agreed on the outline consent, the first Reserve Matters, and a number of conditions which have been discharged by your council. The entirety of phase 1 area and phase 2 areas, including drainage, highways, landscape, arboricultural and ecology matters, are all dealt with. If I could just pick up 1 or 2 points that are relevant for this evening though. Given the proximity of the site to residential properties, respecting amenity of residents has been of key importance to CADIC. In respect of noise, there was a full reorientation of Unit 3 through the design stage to allow the unit to act as an acoustic barrier to the service yard and to ensure appropriate noise levels are not exceeded. With regards to Unit 2, noise related to this will be appropriately mitigated through a use of acoustic fencing. The lighting strategy is being submitted against both this Reserve Matters and the full application, and lighting is predominantly in front of the unit on purpose, with only lighting to the rear being for security, with a lower intensity and only activated by movement. The external lighting plan demonstrates this, and there's no lights built into the adjacent residential areas, therefore no disturbance on residents. The landscaping for the wider site, which wraps around phase 2, was agreed with the previous Reserve Matters approval and has been updated under this application and detailed in the officer's report, including significant additional mature planting around the southern boundary of phase 2. The landscaping will sit alongside the approved extensive ecological zone and will provide significant biodiversity enhancement. Residential amenity is further respected by the height of the units being reduced by over 2 metres compared to the outline parameter agreed at the outline stage. All other technical considerations have been addressed, and there's no objections from your consultees, which clearly indicates the acceptability of these proposals. The approval of phase 2 will see the delivery of 3 smaller units to complement the phase 1 units. These units will provide local businesses with the opportunity to expand and contribute towards creating a balanced economy, and CADIC have already seen a number of inquiries to local businesses. Overall, this is a high-quality, sustainable development which responds to site's context, and we respectfully request members to follow the clear and robust officer recommendation and approve the application.
Right, thank you very much for that. Okay, now we'll come on to the second one of thought. Sorry, we need to go to committee, don't we? Right, I'm going to bring it into committee now. Councillor Stanley.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks everyone's contributions again as usual. Another passionate set of comments from our residents tonight. Just before I go any further, please take this in the right context, because I genuinely think Michael's comments before probably were misinterpreted. I'm not speaking on your behalf, Michael, but I do think that I seen you put your hand up. I think you were going to say sorry. Okay, no, I'm not saying that. So I'll defend the integrity of these officers passionately to anyone, okay? Furthermore, when I went to the toilet, there was another comment made to me as a councillor, which I didn't appreciate. So in future, let's leave that, because you will be back here, I believe. Let me start by telling you that I was down there this week. I met Lynn, Diane, a couple of other residents as well. Something isn't right here. There's no doubt about it. It's hard, really, when you see the application, the schematic, everything about this application. And I'm also going to say the feedback we got from the residents about Carrick was positive too. It wasn't one of these ignorant, let's just go in and let's just develop and don't care. Some of the staff from Carrick, the response to the residents has been excellent. So I just want to make sure that's clear as well. But clearly it's an imposing scheme. When you see this, when you stand back in terms of the street scene, it's very, very imposing. When you're down where the residents or the houses adjacent to some these properties by it, there is some light restrictions, some aerial issues going on. There's something fundamentally, I think, happened here, which I don't think it was intended by anyone, by the looks of it. But nevertheless, you've seen what the residents have been like tonight, and I understand it. And Councillor Moore made a good point, because there's no place for it, but I understand it. There's no place for it. But when you were down there and when you see it, and we were down there this week with other councillors, there is something, I think, fundamentally which needs looking at on this scheme. And if you would bear with me, because I don't really want to do this, but I'm going to have to. I'm going to go right to a deferment on this decision tonight because of the issues which we've seen down on site. And I do think it's for the betterment of all parties, because I think the developer wants to do it right. I think the residents, from listening to the impact that's had on them, need to be heard out. And I think a deferment on this one is probably the appropriate thing to do for me, from what I've witnessed this week. So I think there's a balance here. And I think what Michael said before, I think he was trying to say as well, was what was presented and what's actually happened. And I don't think anyone could have anticipated it, isn't as what was probably initially envisaged all round, I think, for both parties. So I'm just going to make it clear, I think we should go for a deferment on this with some sort of mediation in between before it comes back. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Councillor Stanley. Councillor Mary Green had indicated she'd like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Quite obviously, it's affecting the visible amenity of the residents. I know it's not planning reason, you're not entitled to a view. There's a difference between having a view and having a great big thing in front of you. It's very overbearing. And I believe in the report somewhere, it says that there's offices which may overlook some of the bedrooms of those houses. That needs checking up and confirming and checking that that's not right. In which case, perhaps the windows could be obscured or changed around or somewhere so they're not overlooking people and taking people's privacy away, if that is right, I mean. I'm always suspicious about this screening of trees. I'm not going to say which building it is and which development in South Ribble, but there's a very prominent building not too far away that was built with the promise of screening and trees and bushes to break the solid concrete effect at front of residents' houses. And it's a number of years since it was built, and it's still not been screened. There's still no bushes, there's still no trees, and the residents sit and look at this horrible concrete wall that's up against the view. And when I say screening, as Councillor Green said before, when they come round to doing it, they need to put in mature trees, not whips that may or may not last. They need mature trees and bushes, something very much to soften the effect and give the residents something to look at. And I feel in the situation as well, we should revisit that phase 1 as well for the existing residents and do the same for them as well. I mean, on page 61 of the report at the top, it says, design criteria for new development. Planning permission will be granted provided that where relevant to the development, the proposal does not have a detrimental impact on existing buildings, neighbouring buildings or on the street scene by virtue of its design, height, scale, orientation, density, massing, proximity or use of materials. I mean, this development and the last one contravenes all of that. It's contravening our local plan policy of G17. Now, I'm minded to refuse it, but there again, I want to listen to the other people on the committee, and if they all wish to defer it, well, I'll go with that, but otherwise, I'll propose refusal. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that, Councillor Mary Green. Councillor Sharples.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to second Councillor Flannery's proposal. I think we just need to take a step back, Mark. Just take a step back, talk this through with the residents so they have a clear image of what it is being proposed. You have a clear image of what they feel is acceptable, etc., so that we're not getting so far along the journey and then we're having to start looking at issues that we're not happy about. There is something not quite right with the whole thing at the minute. But let's take a step back. Let's sit down and talk, everybody, and then move forward again. I think deferral, I'll second deferral.
Thank you for that, Councillor Sharples. Councillor Bill Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And Michael, I mean, we've been there before, haven't we? And with the sort of waste plant, and we go back a long way with the applications on that site, and we know that the residents are very sensitive to anything that actually goes on that site. And you know, it's difficult to blame them for getting excited and things. That's when you know the history over the last 10 years or 15 years, you know that they are very, very sensitive to anything that might happen down there with regard to building. Councillor Flannery is obviously been meeting with the residents and probably knows something that we don't know at this stage. But I'm quite happy to go with the deferment, and let's make sure that we do get it right. The problems seem to be on the phase 1 thing rather than maybe the phase 2. But the developer there said they had it's a small development. It's 57.5 metres by 52 metres, and the other one's 79.5 by 48. That's not small. It's significant, but nevertheless, it has got planning permission with granted access, and we're on a reserve matters application. But it's just as important, if not also, to get the reserve matters application right. And if there's a feeling around the committee that there's something wrong with it, let's defer it and bring it back to another meeting, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Moon, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm okay to go with the deferment based on what Councillor Smith was saying. Perhaps Councillor Flannery, if you've had discussions and things, know more than perhaps we do. All I would caveat that with is we've given this outline planning permission. So when we're at a point where, and I've been and I've seen, and as I said to Councillor Hunter, to me, I use the word horrific. To me, that is what I see. And to have been a member of this planning committee and be presented with information and then see it built out, and you think, what? Hang on a minute. If that is what I thought I was giving planning permission to, I would be thinking I need my head tested. But that's happened. That's happened, and the residents are living with that. So I have a major concern for the next phases of this, but I'm also sitting here very aware of the legalities of this process, that there is outline planning permission that has parameters set for the sizes of these buildings and the heights of these buildings. And therefore, I guess I'm just saying, I think there needs to be an element of realistic in deferment, because whilst I'm sure the developers will be minded, they've turned buildings, they've used a building to acoustically screen a yard, and I've represented Buckshaw Village for quite some time now and know what big developments do to residential properties, and that kind of thing is always welcomed. I just think we need to be realistic about how far this deferment can take us when you're looking at an employment site that's already got an outline planning permission, that's had that use determined for a long time. I just think there's a much bigger, potentially a bigger council conversation. But if we're talking about this specific application, I would just be mindful of how far deferment can take you before you negate. Well, you can't get away from the legal permission that's there now, and before you negate the purpose of this land, which from day dot was its destiny. That's all I would say. But I'm not necessarily going to go against the view of this committee.
Thank you, Councillor Moon. Councillor Smith again.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think we all have to bear in mind that this is that South Ribble is very, very short of employment sites. There's no doubt we're short of employment sites in the local plan, and this is a really, really important site to bring forward one way or another, but it has to be brought forward in the right way. The difficulty now, of course, is for residents here who listen to all this, is actually managing expectations, and that would be really, really difficult. But, so I just point that out, Chair. Managing expectations for these people is not going to be easy.
Right, thanks for that. Councillor Molyneux, did you want to come in?
Yeah, can I say, obviously enough councillors have expressed their views on this situation. I'm conscious of the time, Chair, and I think we should go for deferment. I think that's the way it's going, so can we move on, please?
Okay, so I think we're all looking at deferment here, aren't we? Yeah. So we're taking a vote on that? Yeah. Okay, Tash, can you?
Councillor Hesketh, would you please vote?
Okay, Tash, can you tell us the outcome of the vote?
I think Councillor Hesketh's confirmed that he wanted to defer as well. So committee have unanimously decided to defer this matter to allow for conversations between residents, the developer and planning officers. Thank you.
Right, thanks for that, Chaz. Then we're coming to item 10 again, which is a similar application. And Janice to present, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, as we've, excuse me, as we've previously said, the outline permission was granted in May 2021 and for a development of up to 56,904 square metres. So the reserve matters for phase 1 was for a single building of up to 51,794 square metres, although the building was actually 50,537 square metres. So as reported earlier, phase 2 proposed 2 buildings totalling 5,388 square metres. So therefore, the floor space permitted with the outline permission has been reached. So therefore, this application seeks full planning permission for one single building of 3,065 square metres with ancillary office space. So this slide shows that the parking will be to the north and the service yard with further parking is to the east of the building. So again, access is off Centurion Way via a roundabout junction. And this is a view of the access road into the site with the access to the Amazon vehicle parking area to the left of the picture. So the building will be Unit 4 and measure 65.5 metres by 44 with a double pitch roof over with eaves height of 11.5 and a ridge height of 12.8. A 2-storey scale glazed office accommodation will be to the front elevation facing the access road. And again, as mentioned in the previous presentation, there is a new residential development adjacent the site, which was built out as an enabling development to bring this employment site forward. So Unit 4 is separated from the residential site by the public open space for that residential development and an existing pond. So you can see the public open space here and the ponds here. So those plots edged in red have the main front elevations facing towards the site. And this image demonstrates these properties will look more towards the public open space with a good spatial separation distance to the actual site. So these are the properties that face towards the site and the POS. Unit 4 will be beyond the existing pond, and this picture is taken from the residential development looking across the site towards the waste technology plant. So the service area is to the east of the building, and this has the potential to create noise and disturbance to those residential properties. Well, this is to be mitigated with the inclusion of a 6-metre high acoustic fence to the boundary. And again, environmental health have no objections. Although this is a substantial fence, it will be softened by the existing landscape within the residential development. There will be some light overspill into the public open space from the lighting to the service yard, but the lighting plan demonstrates it does not extend to the dwellings themselves. However, Greater Manchester Ecology Unit require a new contour plan to show the extent of light spillage to the boundary landscape areas, as there are gaps within it, within the contour plan. So condition 11 has therefore been included to ensure this is submitted. So as already discussed in the previous presentation, matters of overlooking, overshadowing, loss of light and the impact on radio and TV signals have been considered and mitigation proposed where necessary. A late response has been received from United Utilities. So as reported in section 9.14 to 9.14.7, they did request a condition be imposed, and the need for this was questioned as drainage had been addressed through the previous reserve matters approval. So the response that was received just last week, UU have reiterated their request for this conditions. It does remain officers' view that these matters have been addressed, but members may wish for the condition to be imposed should permission be granted. So the application is recommended for approval subject to the imposition of conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Janice. Now, there's no objector or people for this one. And I don't know if the ward councillor would like to speak again. Yeah, okay. Councillor Walton, please.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. Can I just a quick word? Can we determine this evening without determining the others? I mean, the two applications are so intrinsically linked. Are we not actually wasting our time now, and we should be just deferring this? And we can't actually decide on this application. The others, the two, you can't separate them. I just think we're going through a process that we actually don't need to go through.
Okay, thanks for that.
Maybe the applicant would just like to withdraw it and bring them both back together. That would be very helpful, I think.
Okay.
Through you, Chair. Obviously, we've actually started the process whereby the presentation's been done and now Councillor Walton would like to speak on the matter. So I think we just proceed as is and then obviously bring it into debate afterwards.
Are we letting Councillor Walton speak or not? Yeah. Okay, Karen.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I won't keep you long as all the things that I said before are relevant to this site as well. But as with the previous application, I support development in bringing forward brownfield sites within the borough. And this application is for another building to provide employment, encourage businesses to set up and expand businesses, improve their local economy and invest in South Ribble. But again, my concerns, as with the previous application, is to ensure that this application, if it is approved, will not have any detrimental effect or impact on the neighbouring properties from noise, light spillage, flooding, all the conditions that we said before, and policy G17 of the South Ribble local plan. The recommendations, conditions imposed on the development need to be again rigorously enforced so that any local residents are not affected. And again, if planning permission is approved tonight, which obviously I don't think it will be, it's going to be deferred. I have also concerns about the operational hours of the site, which again will be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I would ask if the working hours could be reconsidered with less negative impact for the local residents. And again, Lancashire County Council have no objections to the development accessing from Centurion Way and the Lancashire Business Park. But as I have stated, the A502 needs to be dualled, and the expected increase of the volume of traffic from both phase 1 and phase 2 of the proposed developments with additional car journeys from staff and HGV movements to the sites will likely have considerable detrimental effect on the capabilities and highway safety capacity on the already severely congested roads around in the infrastructure around the area. LCC Highways have no objections to the development being accessed from Centurion Way or Enterprise Drive, but traffic already is at a standstill in many of these areas coming out of the other businesses around the area. And the roads are certainly not suitable and need to be improved before really there's any further development in that area. So thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Walton. Councillor Michael Green, would you like to speak again?
Let's make a point. I think Councillor Smith has made a very good point about how the committee might potentially. I understand we've got to go through process. I just think this is a little bit ridiculous in terms of where we're going at this point at 10:15 at night. So I think in the interest of everyone, I think would it not be more suitable to move to the vote at this point?
Well, I don't. What would you say?
Through you, Chair, I hear all the points that are being made, but I think we just carry on. And I think the applicant's actually got his hand raised. Did the applicant want to make a comment?
Right, okay. I think what we're going to do is
Janice, do we have a comment from the applicant in respect of this matter? Do they want to speak on this?
Yeah, I just want some clarification basically on what the deferment is for, what are the reasons for the deferment, and just to make the point that the objectives that have come tonight are from the Brisbane Avenue area, which has been affected by phase 1, but there doesn't appear to be any objectives from the Grasmere Avenue area to which this site is adjacent.
No, sorry, you can't.
Through you, Chair, I think what we'll do is we'll allow Councillor Green to speak and then we'll bring the applicant in and then obviously it can go to the debate because it seems to me as though the applicant wants some clarification and obviously that will happen when the debate happens.
Okay, Councillor Green.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to keep my comments as brief as possible. Having heard what Councillor Smith and Councillor Adams have said, I would be amazed, but I can't second guess the committee, but I would be amazed if you made any decision but to defer this application, given what you did on the previous application. But on that basis, I'll keep my comments brief. The comments I made on the previous application, I would carry through to this. I'm not going to repeat them all, but they equally apply. The added issue with this one is the point that you are considering access to some extent. So whilst we have a principle for development here, and that traffic is accepted by the extant permission which is in place, nevertheless, because the size of the buildings, the number of buildings, etc., has gone above that, you have to consider the access as well. So the additional point I wanted to make was to actually look at the access to the site. So whilst the access is onto Centurion Way, which is absolutely fine, I would reiterate the point I made previously. The traffic then needs to move through the industrial estate, in my opinion, rather than affecting residential properties further along on Stanleyfield Lane. We've got a site through there. It goes through an employment site. It then goes onto a bypass, which is designed to bypass residential areas. And if that could be looked at, I get the point that County Highways don't have an objection. I understand that. But if you are minded to defer this evening, Mr. Chairman, whether that point could be looked at and a way could come forward to ensure that the traffic goes where it should be going rather than past residential properties, I think that would be really helpful. And I also concur with Councillor Walton's comments regarding the South Hibble Western distributor, which needs to be dualled in its entirety. That's the A582 and the B5253. We are getting more and more applications. They are all coming onto the highway network, and that highway network cannot support more and more applications without it being dualled. For the amenity of our residents, that's an essential. But I'll leave my comments there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor Green. Councillor Flannery, do you want to come in? No.
Through you, Chair, sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. I think it's the applicant to come in now, so.
All right.
Mark Saunders.
Okay,
You don't want to say?
no,
We've just had confirmation that Mr Saunders doesn't want to speak, so it's straight to the debate.
Councillor Flannery.
Just one observation, then one proposal, please. We did allow the applicant to speak to our officer. I think the resident should also have been allowed, but that's just an observation. I'm going to move deferment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Flannery. No, you can't. No, we're in committee now. Yeah, of course you can.
Through you, Chair, just in terms of what Councillor Flannery was just saying, the applicant was actually registered to speak. The objector wasn't, so obviously the applicant has made some comments via an officer and those have been taken into account. I think we just take it to the debate now. Can you move on?
Okay, so Councillor Flannery's gone for deferment. Councillor Sharp.
I'll second deferment so we can move this on. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Moon.
On what grounds, Chair? We've just heard the applicant speak to our officer and very clearly say, what are your grounds? And it's a very valid statement. As I said on the previous application, deferment's all well and good, but we have to be clear as a committee on what grounds are we deferring. I'm not moving deferment. But of the members who have moved deferment, for what purpose are we deferring this application? Because as a committee, if we're going to be robust as a committee, we need to be clear, don't we, on what we're saying. We want somebody, and we've done it many times as a committee, we've deferred and said we want you to look at X, Y and Z, and don't come back until you've looked at X, Y and Z. I just think we do it as a debate or however we do it, but I think we've got to be very clear in what we're doing here.
Councillor Flannery.
Yeah, just two things on that. First of all, it was a comment was made earlier that, excuse me, I might know something other people don't know. I don't know anything more than anyone else. I went down and met with the residents this week and felt and seen and listened to them. So on the basis that the residents have to be heard, and the principle is, I'm saying even the developer will probably want to be heard as well. I moved deferment because I'm not saying that they did anything wrong, or that there was something down here in this development which is not satisfactory to our residents. On the basis of what I've heard and seen, and I urge everyone else to go down, I think some members have seen it too, there's something fundamentally has happened here, which what we need to do is just pause, go back, have a deferment, and then agree a way forward under the principles of our planning rules. Nothing more than that, but they've got to be heard and we've got to be listened and we've got to do something about it. If we just move forward and pass this tonight and we can't do anything with our residents, I don't know what we're doing here.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Adams, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I think deferment is the right decision. I will support deferment. I think there's clearly issues here that need to be ironed out. I do think that they could be ironed out quite easily. And I think in terms of what the developer has already committed to with residents, I do think a deferment will hopefully appease the residents' concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, it's obviously I'm going to go along with deferral. As far as the residents are concerned, obviously they feel that they've not had the opportunity to come back as that we've just spoken to the developer. At least this gives them a chance to speak at that meeting that's held before then. And of course, at the next planning committee that this comes to, you'll be able to register them as well. So you will at least get an opportunity to speak on another few occasions, basically, before this gets decided one way or the other.
Okay, thanks for that. So are we going to the vote then? Yeah.
Through you, Chair, it's vote for deferment in respect of discussions between residents, developer and officers in terms of the issues raised tonight.
Right, could you give us the outcome of that, Chair?
Thank you, Chair. So members have decided to refer this matter to the next committee. Thank you.
Okay, we come to the last item of the evening then. Item 11, Worden Park.
Chair, as Cabinet Member, and this being a South Ribble application, I need to leave the meeting. Can I just check that with Saz, please?
Yeah, sorry. Okay. So item 11 then, Worden Park at Leyland, and I invite Debbie Roberts to do the presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. You thought you were all going home, didn't you? Right, we've got two applications. They are for listed building consent and planning permission. So whilst I'll present them together, they will need two votes, two separate decisions. They relate to Worden Park and Hall, which has recently undergone complete restoration. Both buildings and park are designated heritage assets, and the council on that's why they've come to committee. The proposal is for minor cosmetic work and capital restoration programme of the remaining areas following the recent restoration of the hall itself. So We have upgrade of all the pathways in green, shown on the screen. Park will be in Bitmac, the heavy and new areas, and the historic routes will be in golden resin gravel. We've got drainage upgrades to the area around the crossroads in the red circle. And we've got refurbishment of the ice house, which is the orange cross. I'll show you that in a second. Some new bonded gravel in the formal garden, which reinstates the original design. And a BT box on the wall. So bits and bobs on that screen. We also need to protect the Victorian cedar tree. That's been there since 1887 and it's bent. So we're going to change the existing, we'd like to change the existing shin rail fence to a 1.2 metre mesh fence with a maintenance gate, and the timber props will be changed to steel props for more support. The application includes installation of railings to North Lodge. The house itself needs a little bit more defensible space, but they'd be freestanding, exactly the same as the existing, you can see from there. And relocation of the toilet block from the crossroads in the centre of the park towards the main gate and overflow entrance. We've also an extension onto the bin store, and that's in front of what was the Marsden room, so it's roughly around that area. We have restoration and repair of the ice house. So it's located southeast of the formal gardens, and it's a subterranean chamber with a gated access. The door will be replaced with a steel and oak door and a viewing panel, and general masonry repairs to the facades parting from the back of the structure. So, and photograph of the original formal gardens. The capital programme aims to bring the gardens back to as close to the original. So on this one, we've got removal of the rose garden. It's a 1940s garden, and it's failing dismally. So it will go back to its original landscape grass and tree design. And some of these stone paths will be reinstated to form sort of a loop, if you will, beyond the balustrade that's already there. No letters of representation, and we will go with approval of planning permission and consent at listed building consent granted. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a very positive application. Something I think we all would support. I think it makes a great park even greater. And I think it's something that we should all celebrate. So I will like to propose approval. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Adams. Councillor Moon, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to second that. Obviously, I'm ward councillor I have the privilege of being ward councillor, should I say, really, for Werdon Park. These are definitely very welcome. They've been in the plans for a long time. To bring the Italian walks back to standard, to me, is exciting. To put that car park, the path in from the car park to the playground, how long have we been trying to get that? Because it is the way we all go to the playground, isn't it? So I was pleased to see that. I think the only thing missing for myself, and Councillor Ogilvie would say this if he was here, is the fountain, but I know that that's in process. It's on its way. We've been battling for that for a while. Like I say, it's been in the plans for a few years. So yeah, it's great to see it come back. It's great to see it being respected for the history of how it looked. So yeah, just great. Can't wait to see it all get done.
Councillor Mary Green.
Yeah, just a question to Debbie, actually, what it is. Do you have to move the toilets? Because I'm just thinking, they're pretty central there from everywhere. And I know there's toilets in the cafe, but when the cafe's closed and people go, when the cafe's not open, it's awkward. I mean, to move the toilets up to the main car park up there, it's a heck of a trek if somebody's desperate and they're at the other end. That is quite central where they are at that crossroads.
Through you, Chair. Councillor, I have no preference one way or the other, if I'm absolutely honest, but the application is for relocation of the toilets. I believe there are some drainage works that I've already gone through on that corner, and I believe there is a little bit of a drainage issue and it will be better placed at the other end, but I may have my facts wrong. I don't know why it's been relocated, but
you know, if there was only one single toilet left there and the block moved to the top, if that's what you want.
I can ask the question for you.
Yeah, if you
but
could
the
inquire.
proposal is to relocate, and that's what you're voting on tonight.
Right, okay.
Right, thank you for that, and thanks, Debbie. Anybody else? No, I think we've had a proposal in a second. Yeah.
Through you, Chair. So if we take the first vote in terms of the listed building consent, so this we've got a proposal and a seconder, so this is down for approval. So if we go for the listed building consent first. Thank you, Chair. So that's been approved. Now if we turn to the planning permission for restoration. Thank you. That's also been approved. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the end of the evening, and thank you very much to everybody for the time. And I'm sorry it's a late one. Thank you to the officers as well, yeah, of course.